These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Start my days, sun rays, I tap the phone, coffee's on, I mow the lawn, impressing Sean, so connected, so effective, I let it drop, clean it up, heat and smart, I do my part, get in the car, superstar, they're watching me, IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, I check my stock, what a shock, buy some prawns, my oven's on, coming home, future zone, all for me, IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to IoT Summit and this incredible conference today in Sofia. So today I'm going to talk about some like different things than SQL, but still connected to SQL Server somehow and data warehousing. Today I'm going to talk about Azure Synapse Analytics. Let me see. Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Nikki? Can you hear me now, Nikki? Oh, okay, thank you. So let's continue then. Synapse Analytics will be the topic today, but actually I'm going to introduce the pretty new concept which is coming in the recent years called Azure Data Lakehouse, or not Azure probably, but Data Lakehouse. So we would like to think that it's in Azure, but it could be in any different platform. So a little bit about me. I'm Maggie. I'm founder, CEO, and visionary of InSpirit Bulgaria and InSpirit Norge. I'm also, those are two companies working on the data platform, specifically Microsoft Data Platform area in Bulgaria and in Norway. Well, currently I'm in Sofia, but I live in Oslo for the last 3 years, and I'm happy to be here today with you. So I'm also a founder of SQL Master Academy, the training program of InSpirit. And generally what I'm doing is more than 20 years consulting, training, speaking, altering Microsoft SQL Server and Azure Data Platform. And because I love speaking, as many of you probably know, I'm an MVP of Data Platform MVP for more than 9 years already. So let's start with the topic today. Thanks for our sponsors. And let's dive directly straight into the topic of Lakehouse. So I found this a really good diagram of a lake house, which comes as a history concept, and it has its history behind it. It has its reasons behind it. So for those of you who work in the data warehousing area, you probably know that the reason behind building a data warehouse, and now we call it a traditional data warehouse because it's a relational data warehouse, which comes as a need of creating a common storage which contains clean data coming from different data sources in an enterprise data warehouse, a relational database. So it was important to actually separate data in different data warehouse storage, because the data, otherwise the queries and the complex analysis that you run against your operational data was harming the performance of it, and as a result, we blocked the operations in real time. So the demand was really high, and there was a days, the time when the data warehouse was actually a high. Is it dead? Why I'm speaking like this? Well, it's not. And I'm still insisting, despite all those new terms that are coming, that the data warehouse, relational data warehouse, is still something that we need, and we have to consider it. But nowadays, we have to consider much more things than just a relational data warehouse, which makes probably the solutions that we build a little more complex. So in the several years ago, a concept of data lake was introduced because people realized that there are many more data sources than corporate data warehouses, corporate operational data sources, let's say, which are structured. So now we have to analyze a lot of data which are coming from different data sources, like, for example, semi-structured data coming from error logs, or coming from different events, or Facebook or Twitter or any other social media data, which we have to analyze. Those data are volatile, they are huge, and they're called like big data in most of the cases. So we have to kind of like switch the concept to probably find the storage of those data, find how to store them, not in an expensive relational storage, which is one thing. And the other is the volume of those data. The lack of structure in those data makes the things really challenging, because it's very difficult to actually get those data in a structured format in a relational data warehouse, despite all the tries that people made 10 years ago. So that was like a hype, creating a data lake which can store everything and can potentially help in analyzing big data. So going into that direction, actually, we created a lot of like data lakes, which were completely separated than the corporate data warehouse that we have in the structured format. Excuse me. So data lake proved that it's a really good option for storing big data, for analyzing data streams, for running machine learning algorithms, for analyzing data by using different languages than SQL, for example, Python, Scala. So those are like big data area that we put a lot of efforts to try to cover that space and those needs, so that we manage to analyze the data on time as they are produced without a lot of latency of developing the ETL and loading data into the data warehouse. So the data lake provided that, but the data lake is actually not a silver bullet. So it still has a lot of drawbacks. Like, for example, it has to be really well designed and perfectly structured in order to not transfer to data swamp. And on top of that, there are a lot of additional considerations. Like, for example, it's not easy to develop a structure out of the data lake data. If we want to like speed up queries, perform or configure security on our data, or combine that with a data warehouse, which of course it's still there. So, but we managed to actually create a kind of a data lake, which contains like a data lake, which contains a specific ETL, which we renamed like extract, load, and transform, because the data are not structured and we are trying to like save them as they are in their original format, and then we try to like transform them. So that's why the terms that were introduced were like extract, load, and transform, ELT instead of ETL. We have this like complex transformation, which we, let's say, do with the Databricks. We enable data scientists to do a lot of like data explorations to learn machine learning algorithms over those data. So this was like the last 10 years was the focused on development of big data technologies. But the analytical world has this challenge, which is like, well, we have a lot of technologies. We have a lot of options to analyze data, and every single technology that we bring into place, it creates yet another data silos, so that it's not just a challenge to bring all those data together at some point, but it's a challenge to the data scientists and business intelligence developers as well. So which language they should use in analytics, how they can bring all those technologies together. So how we could potentially combine the data warehouse or structured data with the data lake or a big data analytics. And a term of modern data warehousing was something that Microsoft wrote several years ago. And they said, okay, a modern data warehouse now is a data warehouse which can bring together big data and a relational database. But shall we do that in a data warehouse, or shall we like do that in a data lake? So it was like, well, you decide. You have a lot of options. So you can actually ingest data into data lake. Then you can potentially process data and transform with Data Factory, for example. Then you have an option to potentially load some of the data in the data warehouse in a relational. Then, yeah, you can model data there, and you can bring Power BI on top of it. But where are my big data? So how can I combine the relational databases and big data together? So, well, you probably can use the Databricks for that. Yeah, but Databricks is just Python, so I don't want to type Python. I would like my SQL. So, but you can type SQL in Databricks as well. Nah. So that kind of like discrepancy between having many technologies in place and at the same time struggling in designing a single solution which can bring all those things together was something that pushed Microsoft to create something more like really different. And here it comes, Synapse Analytics. So Synapse Analytics is like a breakthrough in that area because it actually combines in one single workspace the modern data warehousing, which is data warehouse, traditional data warehouse, but in a massive scale, with a data lake. So is this a data lake house? Well, a data lake house is something that is actually the most recent probably hype in the area of data analytics as a term. Obviously, it's a combination between a data lake and a data warehouse, but what exactly is, I would say that every company and probably every individual and expert or specialist thinks of it differently. So there are many terms which came into place, and the data lakehouse was probably the fanciest one. So most of the people here like that term, and it's something that obviously it's coming as a hype. But behind that term, there are a lot of concept which you can potentially develop and implement. Well, data virtualization is the concept that is probably the foundation of the data lake house. So data lake house in general is like combining the data and building a layer which stays on top of the data lake as a metadata and querying that directly. So, well, in some of the cases, it's just a data lake with a layer which is like Power BI on top of it. So querying directly without the need of building an ETL. But does it mean that I don't need a data warehouse? Well, I'm feeling that if I accept that definition for a data lake, it's something that actually goes into a straight different direction, like removing the data warehouse from the picture, which is probably not the case and shouldn't be the case. So the data virtualization comes as a concept of for some of the data, we don't have to transfer the data, process them and transfer them in the data warehouse or in the different environment, let's say. Instead of that, we would like to, let's say, have a window, have something that could help us to query the data as they are at their place without moving them. So imagine that we have many data sources, including data lake in the different, let's say, zones in the data lake even. And we don't want to, let's say, build a complex ETL and get everything from those data sources into one single store, because it's probably expensive as a store, because there we have needs to build data exploration really fast. So to get the trends out of data very fast instead of spending time to building a solution. And we don't want to actually copy data. So if that is the case, then probably data virtualization, or let's say federated queries, which is data federation, which is querying data as they are, or building queries which do not actually transfer data, but just transfer, let's say, somehow the query and get the results back. So that's imagine that we have a lot of those queries and we built metadata on top of the data lakes, let's say, getting back to that picture for a while. So we get a lot of structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. We still have a data warehouse. We still have operational data, which are structured. But I insist here that, at least my understanding is that the lakehouse is not just removing the data warehouse, the relational data warehouse. It's just combining the data that we have in the relational data warehouse, the data that are really fast to query, the data which also keep consistency in there, keep really good security, auditing. So all that stuff is really important when it comes to corporate data. So the data warehouse is still something that we definitely need. And some of the data which even stay in the data lake could be say processed and still loaded into the data warehouse, so that we have a consistency there of the data which we need to keep consistency on. But we still have semi-structured, unstructured data. And if we think about all those structured, unstructured data which stay in the data lake, let's say, then we can just build a metadata layer on top of it create even a structured metadata on top of that data layer, and being able to combine and build an ad hoc reporting directly over that metadata layer without even trying to transfer data which stays in the data lake into a structured data warehouse first. So that's like a combination for me. I prefer to think about the data lake house like this. So the ability to build a logical data warehouse which combines the data or queries directly the data from the data lake without the need to transfer them, building an ETL, process them, and transfer them to the data warehouse first. But having that opportunity is actually giving me the options to combine the reporting from the logical data warehouse with the relational data warehouse, which I have. So having that as a feature of data lakehouse is probably one of the best things that technology can bring to us. The ability to use Transact SQL for the SQL world to query the data in the same way, no matter if the data is in the data lake or in a relational data warehouse. So being able to combine those data is really the coolest things of all that stuff. So, and yes, we use Azure Synapse Analytics for that. Why is that? Because Azure Synapse Analytics is actually the technology which combines it. It contains so many elements. In the product is not just a single service, it's not just a single product, probably. So it contains a lot of stuff in it, and it can actually serve as a layer which stays on top of the data lake and combines everything that you potentially would need in one single workspace. Like, for example, querying data directly from the data lake, exploring the data lake, building or satisfying data scientists who can type Python still in Spark cluster in Synapse Analytics, but they can very easily combine data with the data which are in the data lake or the data which are stored in the relational data warehouse. And then they can bring the data after processing the data in notebooks. They can actually load the data really easy into Spark tables or into, let's say, relational data warehouse as well. So Azure Synapse Analytics at this point, at this time of technology lifecycle, it can do a lot of things on building and can help us building a data lake house or querying the data directly from the data lake by using Transact SQL and combining the data from different data sources in one single query, which is, guess what? Transact SQL query. So the elements of Synapse Analytics are many, as I mentioned. How Synapse Analytics achieves that, how Synapse Analytics helps us to create a data lake very fast, actually. Well, Synapse Analytics has pools. A pool in Synapse Analytics is actually a compute resource. And as you probably know in Azure, as you probably know from your experience in Azure, we have to, in order to get data, in order to process data, in order to even see data, for example, and sometimes we really need a compute resource. So those are clusters that are very easy to provision in Azure, like in minutes, literally. And based on the cluster, when the cluster is running, then you can connect and process the data. So pools in Synapse Analytics are actually clusters. We have a cluster which is provisioned. This is SQL Provision Pool or former SQL Data Warehouse, which is massive parallel processing data warehouse in Synapse with a lot of improvements since the last Azure SQL Data Warehouse version, with a lot of optimizations for being able to just run reports from Power BI against the data warehouse or against the dedicated pool. I'm not going to cover this in today in my session. Probably we can do a different session in the fall, but this is a really good option for storing your enterprise data. And probably one of the drawbacks of the, let's say, people not trying to use Azure SQL data warehouse was before Synapse was actually the price. I would say that now the price of the storage is probably not that cheap, but comparable to the price of Azure Data Lake. So the prices are really cool. And what is expensive though, but it's true not only for the data warehouse, is the compute power. So we have to be like really good on planning how we use our data warehouse so that scaling up and down is very flexible. So we can still use and it's really good option for building our data warehouse in provision pool. And actually, creating an Azure Data Lakehouse in Synapse Analytics adds an opportunity for us not just to query data from the data lake, but to combine that with a data warehouse, relational data warehouse, which is stored and accessed in the same workspace. Then we have SQL pool, on-demand pool. So this is probably the most attractive function or feature of SQL, of Azure Synapse Analytics. So the feature is connected to the function that I'm actually emphasizing in my presentation today. This is the one which make the option which allows us to query data directly from Azure Data Lake, and it can build a metadata layer. So we can build a metadata layer by using SQL on demand, and we can actually connect directly from Power BI to the metadata layer without copying or without going through the data warehouse. So this direct connection here of Power BI directly to SQL on demand and querying from SQL on demand directly data lake without moving data, it implements the concept of data virtualization, federated queries, and data lakehouse or logical data warehouse, because you can build a lot of views here. You can build a lot of, let's say, external tables if you want to keep the metadata in place. And this could be just a virtual layer for you. So you don't need to process and go through the ETL and save data into the data warehouse in order to run reports. Well, does it mean that this part is over or that? As I mentioned, no. So we have both cases, I believe, and this will stay for longer, but we have to basically divide the things. Like we have to try to plan or implement or design the technology really good so that it satisfies the needs of our relational database with all the impressive performance, with the structured data inside, and with all the security in place, auditing, etc., encryption and all that stuff, column level security, GDPR alignment. But we still have a lot of cases which comes here. So we can use SQL on demand for querying data directly, for querying data in Spark tables. So we can create for example, we can process data in Spark cluster. Then we can save Spark table as a table, even with the data if needed. And then we can actually query that from the same from the one single place. And on top of that, recently, Microsoft has developed the link, which they called HTOP, Hybrid Transactional analytical processing with Cosmos DB? Well, I'm going to show you that as well today, so we can see how we combine data from different data sources, which are not relational, but still we use SQL or Transact SQL, and we build a logical data warehouse, or at least just a small part of it, and we query data from Power BI. Apache Spark Pool comes into place for processing, for giving us an option to process data by just using, let's say, Python, or by using even SQL, Scala, C#, or let's say Spark SQL. So what will be, yeah, of course, on top of that, in Synapse, we still have pipelines, which helps us to orchestrate the data movement and build a logic of transformation and running transformation, loading relational data warehouses, transforming data between containers or zones in the data lake. And on top of this, we have Synapse Studio monitoring, management, and security. So in one word, we have Azure Synapse Analytics Workspace, which helps us to bring everything in one single place and to have the solution unified, let's say. So what I'm going to show you today is I'm going to use a data lake. So the data lake contains a lot of data, obviously. And I got some data, some sales data in Parquet format, and it comes separated in CSV. So those are my sales data, and I'm going to use built-in serverless pool to query them directly. Then I'm going to actually use a Spark pool as well to create a Spark table, so that I will show you different options for querying the data lake, and combining that in one single metadata store, so that you can use those options together, let's say in a one single join, in a one single select statement. Then I'm going to show you how you can combine those data with the data coming from Cosmos DB. At the end of my presentation, hopefully you will see how you can have that, access that from Power BI. So let's dive into the demo. By the end of the session, I'm actually doing that, so you can see all that stuff. This is my Synapse Analytics workspace, and in the data area, I got a lot of linked data, which comes as a native data in Synapse. Those are blob storage, data lake, and Cosmos DB. Well, how I'm having Cosmos DB here? Well, it's something that I'm going to show you later on, but you will see how I'm querying Cosmos DB here, and what it's like a prerequisite for being able to get data from Cosmos DB here, and combine those data with data from the data lake, for example. So I mentioned that I got a data lake here, and here is my data lake. Of course, it's a really simple one, so that it brings me just options for exploration, data exploration, and can help me showing the functionality and the features, cool features in Azure Synapse. So in this data lake, I have sales in Parquet, and I have sales in comma separated. So I'm starting with the Parquet. And as you can see, the data lake is organized in years. And let's say I'm going to year 2019, and I got years in further as a hierarchy in queues, for example. Then I got, let's say, months, and then I got days. And here is my Parquet file. So this organization of the data lake is very important for being able to process and query data, because we can use wildcard, and actually on top of just the wildcard usage, we use very effectively the distributed file system in the data lake for being able to process all those data effectively. So as you can see in Synapse Analytics, for those of you who actually are new to Synapse Workspace, I have an option to browse the data lake. So I can even create like upload files here in the data lake, or even download or make a new folder, manage access or see properties. So I'm not going to do that now. What I'm going to do is like showing you how easy it is to query the Parquet file directly from here. So as you can see, what I can have here is directly, I can say new SQL script. Well, really? Yes. So I'm selecting those rows and I'm saying, here we go. And I'm saying select top, but what is actually important is the technology which allows us by using open row set to query the data, which can be stored in Parquet or CSV, comma separated. So you can see that I got my Snap Parquet here, so directly, and I don't need to do anything else. I'm just running that. But until it's run, you can see that I'm connected to the building. So this is actually the SQL On Demand or SQL Serverless. So they changed the name several times, but it means the same. So it was built-in. That's why it says built-in. But it's actually the pool which is the serverless pool. So as you can see, what I've done here is I've just run this query and it brings me the data out of that Parquet file in a structured format, and I'm using actually a select statement. So I can say, yeah, okay, I probably will use, let's say, distinct. Oops, not that one, I guess. So I'm using distinct as a query, no worries about that. And I'm saying, yeah, I would like to see customer ID and product ID from that file. Yeah, can I? Of course, here we go. So obviously I can query the file, and well, about the speed, I'm going to mention a few things at the end of the presentation, but yeah, that's it. So the file is not small, actually. It contains 1 month of data. What else can do? Let me show you the number of rows that I have in this file. Here we go. So this file is just for 1 day, and now I'm actually doing about million rows. So what I'm actually doing now is just I'm counting those, but let me show you a few other things. Well, what about all the data in March? Well, before doing that, I'm going to just copy that query because I will need it a little bit later. Here we go. And I'm going to just show you the wildcard, or how I'm using the wildcard to query the data, all the data. Let's say I'm going to say, yeah, okay, I'm doing like this, which will query, remember the way I showed you the data lake is organized. So I'm going to query all the containers. Obviously, this will not be true as the name of the file, so I can just say that. And this will count me the records in March. Here we go. How that compute power works? Well, behind the scene is obviously a compute cluster, which is always available for me. And it actually gets me a consistent performance of my queries. Here we go. So I don't need to provision anything. What I need to do is just use that built in. So it's up there, up and running. How I'm paying for that? I'm paying per usage. I'm paying for processing of data. Like for example, 4 euros per terabyte of data process is actually average price or something around that, depending on the region. But in general, I'm paying for the data that is being processed, and in the messages of the query, you can see the total execution time and the data, the amount of data that has been processed. What about I got 27 million in March as rows, as transactions in March. And then I got my, let's see, what about the year 2019? Well, here we go. So basically, what I can do is, like, I can do directly this. I can say, yeah, okay, that's probably better, like this, and date is like this. So now I'm counting everything. There are different ways to, let's say, optimize those queries, the way you type it, etc. So as you probably guess already, there are a whole new area on the optimization of that part. But here is what I'm doing now. So I'm counting everything for year 2019 as records. Yeah, and there is like a push down optimization. There are a lot of things, but you can see that for 7 seconds, I was able to count all the rows in all those files. And I can see that those are like 340 million of records, counting them for just 7 seconds. Yeah, and let me just type a query here, which is a little bit different than just count, and will help me to basically create the thing that I would like to do further, and that will be yeah, I'm going to use this. Here we go. Or just let me, yeah, directly, so that you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, here we go. And I got transaction dates here. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to like extend my SQL statement. So if I can type SQL, then probably it's good to like use, let's say, convert, group by, etc. And this will be my query. Yeah, I believe 1 is enough. So what I got here, I got a group by, transaction date, customer ID, and product ID. And I got my customer ID and product ID, sum of quantity, cost, etc. So I'm calculating something. You know, it looks like real SQL, right? And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to run that. It will take a little bit more because now I'm processing data in the file. So I'm calculating data in the file. I'm converting some stuff. And when you do this, you probably need a little bit more like optimization on that part at some point. But I believe when you try doing that, you will get there. So, and what I'm going to do now is, what about the databases? Well, here we go. So I'm going to create a database. Not kidding. So here we go. SalesDB will be my database, sales. Here we go. Yep. What kind of database is that? It's a metadata, remember? So we are creating a data lake house. So it's just a metadata here. And I will be able to see it in a second, I believe. Yeah, here we go. So I can go to that database, and what I can do here is I'm going to create a view. I'm going to name it like sales view. Which month is that? March 2019. So this is my sales view, and it comes from Procure directly. Here we go. It doesn't store any data. It just stores metadata. Yep, in SalesDB. And here is actually the foundation of our data lakehouse. So the data are stored in the data lake, but I'm creating a metadata, and I can use the metadata to generally connect to my data lake. How can I connect to my data lake? Well, how can I connect to that SalesDB? Well, Azure Synapse Analytics has endpoints. Dedicated endpoint is the endpoint for the data warehouse, but I got a serverless endpoint. So this is the second endpoint, which actually covers all those metadata which I'm creating outside of my data warehouse. So I can use the serverless endpoint here, and I can use what? Well, Management Studio, of course. So what else? Yeah, you can use basically a lot of, let's say, tools here. So for example, Azure Data Studio or any other tools, including Power BI. So yeah, until this is performed, you will see later on how I'm connecting with Power BI. But here we go. So I got my database engine, I got my serverless endpoint, and what I'm using here is Azure Active Directory with the password. So I can authenticate myself. Why is that possible? Because when I deploy I hope I got the password correctly typed. Probably not. Yeah, of course. So yeah, should be possible. Or second try. No. Code must be added, but it is added actually. Anyway, so you can basically define that. So you can connect to your data warehouse in many ways, including, as I mentioned, Management Studio. So by using the connection point, it's probably something that, yeah, here we go. This is my account in Active Directory, so we should be able to use it. And also you got this firewall rules. So the firewall rules are something that are defined for accessing the SQL on demand as well. So let me continue with the other data sources. So if I get back to my Procure, you can create actually a Procure file. For example, let me get another month and date, like 1st of month on month 2 in quarter. Yeah, here we go. What I can do is I can create an external table. So the external table is something that defines, I'm creating this in the SalesDB as well, and that will be my sales external. And this will be, let's say, I think February is the date, as I can see. And I'm building a SQL script on that. What is that? What is an external table? So external table is actually something that creates metadata along with the data. So it doesn't copy any data. It's just in the database creates external file format and external data source, so that many objects like this can use the same the same stuff. And then it defines types, data types. So it's like, it looks like more structured, more managed object, which is part of the sales DB, but all the data are actually managed. Here we go. So I got my external table as well. Again, I'm using SQL only. And voila. So that's my table. I can create a view on top of that table, and that will be presented in my database. Where can I see that? I go to the workspace and I'm refreshing. Here we go. And you can see that I got my SQL pool, which is the dedicated pool. I got my sales DB. So sales DB has these external tables, which I've just created. It has probably some external resources, which relies or supports that table, like external data source and external file format, which is Parquet. So I can create that from CSV or from Parquet. I have a support directly in the GUI for Parquet only, but you can actually type by like typing comments, a format which is CSV 2.0. And then I got my view, which I've just created out of Parquet file directly, this one. Here we go. And I got my table. So yeah, table, format, view. Basically, I can create a view which comes out of that table and which potentially could get data like group by or doing a group by over that external table. Good. So what about the, actually with this part, I covered that at this point. So you saw that how I'm using Transact SQL to get data out of the data lake and to build a metadata database, which is the logical data warehouse or logical database, which I potentially can connect to. So then I'm saying, well, what about the role of a Spark cluster here? So let's get back and see how that is possible. So those two links, like this one, and then Cosmos DB, so that you can see how that is happening. So let me go back to my, I believe I don't need that. And let me go back to my data lake now. And my, let's say, another cells, which I got here. And by the way, for CSV, you got preview. So you can query the data lake directly. You can see the data in the data lake. So, but now I'm going to do the following. I'm going to load this into a data frame, or I can create a table, Spark table directly. But let's go through a really simple transformation in the data frame. Here we go. So this one is generated automatically for me as a code. I'm going to run this because it has a header. So I'm going to uncomment, and because it will take a while. First of all, I have to attach my notebook to a cluster, so I'm running that. It will take a while, but what basically it does is it reads and loads in the data frame my CL file, my comma-separated file, and it recognizes the format, which is a CSV, and now I got it as a data frame directly in my notebook, so I can do something in Python, in SQL, in C#, in whatever language we would like to use. But what I can do with the result? Well, the result can be saved into a Spark table, which is actually into a data lake as a data table. So you can query that from SQL on demand. Then you can use basically, you can load data directly to Azure Synapse Data Warehouse. So you can process data in Notebook, and then from data frame, you can load that directly to a data warehouse. Very cool, I would say. So this behind the scene, it's Apache Spark cluster. It's probably not that fast and collaborative as in Databricks, but it has a different purpose here. So the Spark cluster here is actually assisting in data processing, again, in building an analytics environment. Like when you want to just, for example, imagine that you got this CSV file, but it's wrongly formatted, so it cannot be parsed. So in that case, you can actually run or process the file in the notebook, and you can actually process all the wrongly formatted file in the notebook by transferring them to an area and then process them and then get them back to a CSV, which is really hard to achieve in SQL. So, and in that case, you will get the results, and then you will basically have this loaded into your data warehouse. So you can operationalize that by using pipelines, and that's like a one single solution at the end of the day. Here we go. So my session has started, and now I'm getting my job done. Every single comment, every next comment will be way faster than the first one. That's because the cluster is actually started. And then I'm going to, here is my table. Here we go. Yeah, it's coming. So that's my table, and now I got my table in the data frame. So basically, what I'm going to do now is just, I'm going to create a view, because yeah, I can actually use SQL for querying data. I can use Python or I can use SQL. In Spark, you have a lot of options to run or to create a view. Views, persisted, global, local, etc. And then I can use just SQL to run that. How it's possible? Well, here we go. And then I can say select star from sales May view. Here we go. So you can change the languages. You can use SQL at the end of the day. Yep, that's fine. But instead of using, let's say, that one, I'm going to use this one. So a little bit more complex with a group by now in order to match my tables in the other part, like the view that I've already created in SalesDB. Here we go. I got my transformation, let's say here. Of course, the transformation can be run in Python and can be way more difficult. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a Spark cluster like this, Spark SQL like this, in order to get that into a data frame. So from temp view, which allows me to use SQL, I'm going to use Spark SQL as a statement, and I'm going to run that in the data frame. So this data frame is important because by loading that into data frame, let me run that first. By loading that into data frame, I can do whatever I want with that data frame. So I can write that data frame into Synapse data warehouse. I can also write that into a Spark table. So here we go. This is the basic concept of, let's say, really important, really simple. That will be this data frame. Method, calling method, and that table will be my Spark table, sales, Spark, let's say example or something. But this will create actually the table in my default database. Here we go. That's default Spark database. What if I want to create that in a different database? Can I create that in a SalesDB? Well, let's try. Here we go. So in that case, I will try to run that and to potentially, yeah, Well, probably not exactly, but what I can do is I can create a database here, and I can basically, because this database is different, I can basically create a Spark database, which will host my Spark data. So I'm not doing that now, but I'm going to store that table in the default Spark database. Yeah, here we go. And after a while, you will see the table here. Let me refresh. Well, I can actually, I can't, Salesforce, yeah, here we go. I can delete that table if I want to from SQL. If I want to do something with that table, I have to, let's say, do that in Spark in my notebook. So I got my Spark table, and that's actually something that I can use and combine in, let's say, query like this. So what I can do now, I can actually do select from, let's say, SalesDB, but SalesDB is my default database. So let me just use that view, which is my DBO, sales view March. What happened? Sales view, yeah, here we go. And I can say union all. Really, yeah, kind of annoying. Help that I'm, yeah. And then I can say select star from my default database and sales Spark TBL. Voila. So I can combine data from the same table, from the same database, and those are metadata stored in SalesDB. Yeah, potential conversion, of course. I have to do a lot of other stuff behind the scene, but in general, I can also do a view on top of that, and I can combine the data here. I can combine the data which are part of the same database as well. What about the Cosmos in the game? So the Cosmos database is something that has a lot of containers potentially, and there is this link in Synapse which I have based on the developed link or analytical storage in Synapse. So when I create a link service, then I have this as an option to query as well. So the link service is really easy to configure between Synapse Analytics and Cosmos DB. And this link service actually creates for me the connection to the analytical column store, automatically managed storage, data store in Synapse. And it allows me to just query those data, not operational data. And what I can do here is just create this. So I'm saying basically that, yeah, I'm connected to my Synapse Analytics with a shared access signature and the secret. So let me this is my final demo, of course. And I'm doing that, but actually I have this, so basically it's probably not needed, but let me copy the whole stuff. I want to create a credential to my Cosmos DB based on shared access signature. You probably know how you connect to Cosmos DB by using a key or a secret. Here we go. I don't need that either. And yeah, that's my credential, which I create in, let's say, SalesDB. Remember the metadata data warehouse, like this. And then I can query the Cosmos DB database. Yeah, okay, that's good. And I can run that. Here we go. So again, using SQL. Well, I have to do something with the schema of that Cosmos DB because it's JSON, but I have this JSON query which will help me to do that because I got my JSONs here. And if I replace that query, you will see directly how I'm using an open row set for Cosmos DB, but I'm using OpenJSON as well so that I can flatten my rows here from Cosmos. And guess what? I can create a view and I can actually get data from Cosmos DB. So create view, sales Cosmos as select. Yep. And that will be my view from Cosmos in same sales database. And the last thing is Power BI. So how can I connect all that? I can create a data set. Here we go. And I can say, please connect to my sales DB, download my data set, and open it into Power BI. Here we go. Yeah. So connecting to that will actually mean that I'm connecting to the SQL on-demand endpoint, and I can use everything, including Spark SQL, which I can use by creating a view in my sales DB pointing to default Spark table. So that's the logical data warehouse, and Synapse Analytics gives you everything basically to be able to run that. Well, I was a little bit in a hurry, and that probably will take a while, but this is actually the directly Power BI, which will show me the sales DB with all the objects in it. Is this something that shall have or replaces the data warehouse? No. So you have to have a balance. You have to find a balance which comes as a speed, security, complexity for a relational data warehouse and data lakehouse. And you potentially have to combine them based on those criteria. Here we go. Good. So that's all for now, guys. That's all from me. Sorry, I'm a little bit consuming more time at the session, but here is how the data lakehouse looks like. I wish you a really good conference, a really successful one, and a good journey in Azure Synapse Analytics. Here we go. Okay. Bye for me.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings, as well as a personal budget of 1,024 BGN, and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
start my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawns. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings, as well as a personal budget of 1,024 BGN, and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, IoT, I check my stock, what a shock, buy some prawn, my oven's on, coming home, future zone, all for me, IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings, as well as a personal budget of 1,024 BGM, and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT. 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 Live like a Bosch. With many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings, as well as a personal budget of 1,024 BGN, and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT. 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 Live like a Bosch. with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1,024 BGM,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
start my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGM,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Don't know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGN,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heated smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGM,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heated smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Don't know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGN,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Hold up. I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Don't know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGN,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Hold up. I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heated smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Don't know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGN,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Hold up. I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car, superstar. They're watching me. IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT. 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 Live like a Bosch. With many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car, superstar. They're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
All right. Hello, everybody. This is me, Gunnar Zeki. Yeah, sounds we hear each other well. So let's get started. Today, in my presentation, we will talk about something which is sounds like a controversial thing, but in reality, it happens. So we will speak for connecting things to the internet without internet. The caveat here is that at some point you will hit internet connectivities, but on that specific location you don't have it, and this solution works in almost any locations. So it's a very interesting trick, and it can be applied for many different things. So I just wanted to share that with you, how you can use that in your specific cases. And in today's talk, I will go in a few details, but just before I go through the agenda, let me start with introducing myself. I'm solutions architect at MentorMate. My role is mostly with the architectural designing and finding solutions for different kind of clients and problems, basically. So this is where the topic is connected with that. Although it's not exact clients for MentorMate that we developed that, but it's a very relevant. My role is to find outside of the box solutions sometime. So let's dive in. First, very quick about the agenda. So as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be use cases, specific real use cases that had happened in my life. And these are things that I needed to solve them because I had some pains. The first particular use case is for my personal use case, where the client was basically me. Sorry. And the second use case is for a friend who was pretty much like a client, but it was a friend who needed some help. So the solution was again out of the box, but it was for specific his solutions. And third, we have architectural diagrams. It's not very complex. Actually, it's very straightforward, but until you get there are a few steps that you must know so you don't make some mistakes there. So these are the main area we're gonna dive in today. We will have very short sessions for questions. I guess we're gonna leave about 10 minutes in the end if there are any questions. I guess the administrator from the IoT Summit would help with different sources so get it in one place if we have questions around it. All right, just before we start doing that, I just want to let know that we have for those who are on the physical location of the event, there are some goodies that you can grab in. They're on a random base. Some of them on a random base, and some of them are you can go and just pick them up from the stand. So this particular, we have a robot and we have like backpacks, and you have to just scan the code and complete. And in the end of the conference day, you can basically, if you're one of the luckiest, you can get this robot, which is very, very cool, actually. You can check it out on the stand if you're on the physical location. All right, so let's dive in. So the problem I needed to solve was quite straightforward. I always like to start with the problem itself. So whenever I try to explain a solution, I believe explaining where you come and what is the problem, it's giving you a good sense of understanding where you want to go and how you end up with these decisions at some point, which are not always applicable on every single situation, but most of the time you can relate to that. So this solution was when I was maybe about 14, 15, something around that. I had like this goal in my life. It wasn't defined a specific goal. in a way that we do in the company, but I wanted to have an internet on a location where there wasn't internet location. And just for you guys who haven't had that problem in your life, at that particular time, having an internet was a luxury. It was a very good luxury. And in many locations, we didn't have even 3G or even 2G or any other kind of connectivities. So this was a small village in Kyrgyzstan. And the good part was there was an internet in the Kyrgyzstan as a city, but there wasn't in that village. So I decided that to put all these antennas to connect this faraway location from the internet connectivities. And it was all good. I started to learning about things and etc. And at some point, I ended up with buying some California's different kind of antennas. And if you can see on that diagram, the distance that I wanted to connect was about 29 kilometers, roughly. I don't know the exact location. It's somewhere around here. I tried to find it on Google Earth, but it's somewhere around here. It is pretty much the highest location where you can see both this city and you can see the Kyrgyzstan, because it is in Rhodops and it's a very mountain-oriented location. So it's not, you cannot have a direct connection here. And as I mentioned earlier, we had in that particular time, we didn't have like a good luxury, at least it wasn't available on a reasonable price, a good antennas to connect these devices. So it was pretty much very expensive and there weren't any easy way. So I go with the cheapest and on the market that you can buy with ADMAX and all other California antennas. And the story is not about this connection. And that connection, I made it work, and this village had an internet connection. But that's a very small part of it. The big problem, which was related with this one, is I had here, I will just show it, a point where I had this bridge. This was a bridge antenna which needed to connect both sides. So it's like a bridge, and there was one antenna receiving and the other is sending back. And it was all good and set until I started to load it with traffic in this small village, and it started not working. And it just needed to be restarted, and it has to be restarted quite often. And as you can probably see on the map, I needed to go there, which is not first, it's a very mountain. As you can see, it's like a very curvy location. It's a very difficult to reach there, and there was this specific location didn't have any way you can go just by a car or anything like that. So you needed to walk even maybe about half an hour or something close to that. So it was a very far location on the mountain. And the problem there was I needed to restart these devices. So ironically, my problem here is I want to get connectivity here, but my bigger problem right now after I make the connectivity is how I can restart the whole set. And every time something got broken, I have to go from the whole city and climb up there and restart it and come back. And in 5 hours or like 2-3 days, it can happen again. So I thought I have to find a smarter way how I can restart these devices. And I didn't have internet there because these bridges were very secure, so I wasn't able to connect to any IoT devices that we have today. And this is where it hits me that I have to find a solution to restart a device on the mountain where there's no internet connectivity. We didn't have 3G, we didn't have 2G, we didn't have anything normal that could help me to put some IoT devices and do it. But luckily enough, I had quite a lot of experience with electronics. I had an experience from before doing different kind of, I wouldn't say them IoT, but some kind of devices that I do some basic stuff like playing with cars, motors, and etc. So I did a lot of things with that, but it was the time where I was quite a lot of playing with electronics. So I thought about it quite a lot with my friend, and this was the time where we had this device. It was the device. It was the very nice device, and it was just going out of life. So it was like the exact period when this happened. It was when these phones start to get older. So these people start to use like a colorful display. So I had this one despair, and as an engineer, I always like to open it. So when I opened it once, I found something very interesting inside in this phone, that you have electric vibration motor. This is allowing you, whenever you call the phone, to basically create this vibration. So it is vibrating, configured based on how fast it's running and stopping, and etc. And initially, my idea was, okay, what about if I put that phone on my location? If I put one phone here with SIM card, and whenever I call that phone, it will spin this wheel, and I will put a relay here, and this will restart the rotors. And it didn't work that well. First, because it's spinning very fast, so it's very difficult to stop it on a specific location. And you cannot reverse it easily. It's not as easy as it probably sounds. I maybe wasted about a week trying with different technique and etc., but it didn't really work. But then it hit me. I tried to do something very difficult when the solution is actually in front of me. And the problem was when I just wanted to replace it with a bigger motor. But then I realized when I remove it back, actually it looks like this one. There are two pins. These two pins, actually, whenever you press, I don't remember the exact electricity, but when you put electrician here, it starts spinning. So I said, instead of this spinning, what about if I connect that to a relay? And it was a relay similar to this one, which you have these pins on it. And whenever you push a small electricity in these control pins, it is stopping the electricity. So it wasn't exactly this one, but it was similar to this one. And whenever you put an electricity here, the flow was stopping, and whenever you release the electricity, it was keep going. So I needed quite a lot of time to find this relay, but after that I found that's not something that you cannot find, especially nowadays. It's very easy to find this kind of relays. And actually it worked. And here it was the solution. Interestingly enough, it was very simple. I mean, I was thinking it way too complicated, but found out it's very simple. And let's put it on this perspective to show you from the diagram perspective how it looks like, actually. So you have this electricity power, which, by the way, was very difficult to get electricity in that specific location. It was with different kind of electricity company asking them almost like a begging to provide you electricity there, different contracts and etc. Fortunately, I had the right people. I know the right people to get it done. It was tedious work, but I had an electricity, and I had this relay. So whenever there is electricity in this controlling, this power by default is keep going. So the power one is going to power out. So, and this is connected to the power supply of the rotors, and these rotors will keep going and providing me the internet. But whenever they crash, I needed to cut this out. And how I can cut it? Whenever the phone rings, basically this Nokia phone, I have connected these pins to the control pin, which means whenever phone is on a state of ringing, it means it is putting small electricity in this relay, and this connection is going down, which means the power of the rotors is going down for the period when the phone is ringing. And it was a very simple and a super cheap way to get it done. And I've done it for maybe much longer than I should have. But the problem was I was always thinking much more complicated solution, but it ended up for something very simple. And as you can see in that diagram, actually the solution is almost like extremely simple when you know it, but as a first it sounds impossible how you can trigger something on an IoT devices on a location where you don't have an internet. You just have a cellular connection, and it's work most of the time, not all the time, because even the phone call wasn't working that well and at that particular location. And it was very nice because I had my special number in my phone, and whenever I wanted to restart the routers, I was just calling a specific number and the router were restarting. Very simple, nice, elegant solution, working like maybe 99% of the time. Most of the problem were coming up with the network. Basically, mobile operator, they were having some issues as well because it was sometimes not connecting properly and it was stopping, but that was a very small percentage of time. And that all well worked for a very long period of time. And I said, okay, that is the end. Like about 5-6 years later, I thought, all right, so that solution is done. Now we have a 3G there. We started to have connection, and the whole thing started to get out of the date. And I said, okay, we don't need that, and that's the end of the story. But nevertheless, it wasn't actually the end of the story. I thought it is the end of the story, but it wasn't. The thing which kept me here in this particular story was the elegancy of the solution. Because every time when I say to somebody, I can do something from a location you don't have an internet there, and I can do it very cheaply, nobody really believed me about it. It was sounding like a magic, like it's impossible. And I thought that story finished, and I thought everybody has these days internet, and everybody have at least some kind of okay internet, maybe not great, but they have it in most locations. But I was wrong about it, because one day I had a call from a friend. As I mentioned earlier, he, weirdly enough, want to build actually both some lands and did some actually work there, and started to actually build it. But in the middle, he hit very big problem with his issues. His location, I will show you in a minute where it was, weirdly enough, didn't have any 3G or any other connectivity. So I was surprised there are still locations in the world where you don't have internet connectivity, but in fact, there are still locations for that. And we had a very long discussions about it. He was explaining me like his business is going quite well. I'm not sure why he went for UK to open a milk factory, but that's a different story. I don't understand from his business either, but I understood his problem. He wanted, basically, he explained that in a much more difficult case, but in a nutshell, he had 4 devices. These devices were streaming different kind of temperature, some pressure, and some readiness. And it was very old devices. It's like classic devices. They didn't have any internet connectivity. And the problem he wanted to solve is these devices to stream data to Google Sheets. And this is the way he explained to me. We have Sheets and we have these devices, and I need to put it there. And I have to put it like what it shows every 30 minutes or less. And I listened for him. It was quite long explanation. I'm not going to go through all of them, but this was his problem. In a nutshell, he had 4 devices. He wanted to stream data from these 4 devices. And these 4 devices were on a location where there is only voice communication. There was no 3G or anything like that. And wanted them on Google Sheet because he was working on a different city with his logistic. And the people from the logistic needed to know this data. And it was very important to them. So this was the location. It's a very far location. To be honest, I never been on that specific part of the UK, but it seems very mountain. oriented location, and it seems like a golf location, but I later understand that's a very common place for milk factory. So probably this is why he decided to go there. And his factory is somewhere around here where I put the pin. And I told him, okay, explain me how do you work so far, because he told me like he already operate on that particular location. And it was a long explanation. It's almost like a whole story and etc. But I captured some key elements on the whole thing. Although his current approach wasn't effective, it was working. What I mean by that is he actually found a guy in that city and was paying him so he can go manually, one person there, check the meters and call the phone on the center. And when they called the phone, they were dictating this number by what they see. And I said that's not inefficient, and it was actually very costly because the labor there wasn't as cheap as we thought. So it wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. So you were paying almost full time for a person who has to just go and write meters, what is the current state of it, and call the phone and dictate it. It's not efficient. It's a repetitive. And and it's a very costly compared to what technology can do for us. And as soon as I heard this one, I started thinking in my previous direction. I said, okay, I had this problem in like a few years ago, and I had this crazy idea how I can solve it, and it worked. I have to think outside of the box here. So I had quite a lot of thoughts around myself, tried with different perspectives, but ended up with one solution, which was very interesting, I believe, and it has some key elements from the previous because it's keeping the same ingredients. Like you have that for locations that you really don't have any kind of real connectivity there. And diagram was this one. So initially I drew this out in my mind, and I thought, okay, we have 4 IoT devices. Let's connect them to Raspberry Pi. And that was all good. And later I said, okay, we're gonna put them a SIM card. And whenever we call, we're gonna get a 0 and 1. And after that, we're gonna transfer that somehow. And we're gonna get it on another Raspberry Pi, and this Raspberry Pi will go have internet, and it's gonna upload at some point in Google Sheet. I believe that was quite the wrong idea. It was very much not working. In order to transfer 1 meter was taking you like maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes because 0, 1, 0, 1, it works, not working, a lot of mistakes. So I thought that I'm kind of in the pathway, in the right way, but not fully. So I start to iterate on it and did a second assumption, how I can address this issue. My second assumption was, all right, so what we have there, we have a phone connectivity, but we don't have an internet. So at some point, I even lost a little bit trust in myself, and I said, okay, how I'm gonna actually do it, because transferring that much data from a location where you don't have internet, and I even thought that we can actually spin up some fiber optics, and fortunately, it didn't happen because we found more elegant, but at some point, I didn't really see the solution, and I thought, okay, this is the village, and we have like about 2.5, 3 kilometers away, we have some 3G, not a good, not great, but some 3G, and we can like fiber optics. But apparently, the British government doesn't allow you to put fiber optic wherever you want. If it was in Bulgaria, it could be much easier. I guess nobody will maybe even notice, but will not complain, or maybe not such a big deal. Because as soon as we started to thinking about it and checking with the local authority if we can do it, it was like impossible. So much bureaucracy. People were complaining, how you're going to get in my lands and etc. So it was very complicated, and I thought, oh my god, I thought my previous challenge is impossible, but that's even harder. And so, as I mentioned, it didn't happen. So although we tried, it didn't work. So I get back to that, my favorite diagram, and start to thinking it again. Said, okay, I can transfer 0 and 1 when it's ringing and not ringing, but it's not an efficient. And I thought, okay, what the people do? They actually speak when they call it, so they transfer it for about 5 minutes. And I said, well, let's try that out. So instead of transferring 0 and 1 over the this like device, I try something slightly different. I said, okay, what about if I transfer a voice? And it was hit me. Well, that should work. So what happened? I had IoT devices. These IoT devices feed my Raspberry Pi. This Raspberry Pi generated quite a lot of like aggregating data, but they were pushing data to the SIM card, to the SIM operator, to the SIM module, but they were generating a voice. And I will show you in a minute a little bit more detailed solution about it. But interesting here was that it was almost as fast as someone go there, but it wasn't needed to be a manual person doing the work. So let's have a look at in a little bit more details. So this is the same diagram, but in much more details. So let's have a look what is happening. So we have these 4 IoT devices again. They're feeding some data. They're feeding to our Raspberry Pi, which is this box. And internally, we have the following. We have a script which do basically 5 steps. They have a lot of sub-steps as well, but let's not focus on that much details. And the first thing is, this is the device. On the left part is basically the Raspberry Pi on that village, and this is on his headquarter, if I can refer it like a headquarter, the place where he managed the business and need to have this data on a sheet, or basically this was the location where they were dictating and other people were manually typing that on a sheet, on Google Sheet. And I said, okay, so let's put this Raspberry here and configure it as following. Whenever it receives a call, and here we had like a Raspberry Pi has a module for a SIM, and you can hook it to like a listener with a Python, or you can do it any language, but I did it with Python because it was easy for me. This Python script was hit basically, it's like a pipe oriented, and as soon as there is a call, it is hitting this script. And this script, what it does is very simple, just recording the call. And that was interesting. Like it works, recording the script or transmitting the other way around. Both of the cases, it works fine. But interestingly enough, it was more of the different kind of thing. So let me explain what I mean. So here I will dive in that diagram in a little bit more details, but let me show you something slightly different. In that diagram, as you can see, they are pretty much the same, but they do something very similar. This is just like a breakdown, so you can simplify it version. Whenever you receive a call, it is recording the data or sending the data. Depends on the case. I mean, it could work in a reverse as well. So it should be absolutely okay in a similar manner. So whenever the IoT devices feed the data, it is actually, here I see actually one mistake on the diagram. It is actually making this recording. So imagine it the following: you have the IoT devices. It is recording like it has 5 meters, it has 10 meters, but it's making on a like a voice, like a text. This text later is converted to using the recognition engine. There are a lot of local engines. You convert this to a from a text, you can convert it to a voice, and you can play back this voice. So interestingly, what is happening here is that whenever you make when you want to transfer this data from the IoT, you do the following. First, you generate the data. Second, you basically convert this data to a speech, and you make it in a manner you want it. You add some security on top of it, which is, for example, whenever you start the call, you press some specific noise or something like that, so you can recognize it easily. And after that, whenever you generate this file, you make a phone call and you play that file. And the receiver is doing the opposite. Whenever it receives a call, it is hitting this Python script. This Python script is actually playing the whole reading, converting that from speech to text. And in that way, you can have this security check as well. So you can check if that's the correct number, because as I mentioned earlier, this is a regular phone call that you have in any location that you can, like, it's a regular phone that you use every day, and everybody randomly can call this number. So you have to have some security checks, although it's not sophisticated security, but you have some. For example, I added some beeps in a specific voice, which actually gives me the information that it works. And another security thing that I added, which if you think we can find more, I was checking who is the number which I received the call from. So the idea was, if someone randomly calls it doesn't gonna play the same readers, the same numbers. So it will not just say it's not a valid number or anything like that. Basically, it was just redirecting somewhere else. And whenever this data hits the warehouse, as I mentioned, we have these security checks. And after that, it's a very straightforward. In the second location where we have internet connection, it was making HTTPS request using the Google Sheet API and streaming this data to the using the Google SDK for Google Sheet API and making a call. The other Raspberry Pi also had a Wi-Fi module which was connecting to the internet, which was updating them on the sheet. So it was very strange solution, but again, it was another one which was working very, very well, and I believe still works up to today, because he never called telling me. Initially there were some problems, especially in the first few versions, but after that it worked so well. He didn't even notice, everything was working smoothly. And maybe now are more than 4 years, this device is still working as far as I know. And this is solving his problem. So you basically, using that approach, you can take data from a location that you don't have connectivity, you don't have internet, but you use the voice as a transfer. And if we go much deeper, you can make it so sophisticated that you can add extra layer of security. And funny enough, you can actually have bidirectional communication as well. For example, since you have one device on one location and the other one from the opposite, you can have bidirectional communication. One can stream what kind of data and the other can stream the other way around, and they can close the call, and that's pretty much it. And the funny fact about this, the support for it is extremely cheap, because most of the time you don't have to, for example, the voice these days are pretty much free. Like especially in the UK, seems like at that particular time when we were doing that, even then the voice was almost like a zero, like it was $10 or something like that per month, and you can have as many calls as you want. So you can transfer a lot of data for something like $10, like a running cost. And of course you need to have this the other setups, and it can work very stable in a long run, as long as you make this security and formatting correctly. Because one of the few initial problems what we were hitting was, because it was a voice connection, for example, if the voice cut out for a second or like a half a second, we weren't able to convert it from text to speech or the other way around. So we were like writing wrong data. And in the end, it wasn't what we intended to do. And lesson was learned. So we made a sanity check, almost something like most protocol like TCP is doing, where it has almost like a hash on top of it. But it was implemented by me because it was simple, not like as sophisticated as the TCP protocol. But basically I was telling like, if all the numbers are summarized, and in the end I was telling like, if there was 100, 500, 1,000, in the end I was saying the whole number, and I was expecting this to match. If not, I was considering that as a failure, and it was going to recall and redo the whole things from scratch. And it worked, and sometimes they needed to automatically recall, but since this is an automated bot, if they call 5 times more, we don't really care that much. And here is basically a little bit more detailed one. Just to let you know, we have this presentation on the slides after the event. You can scan. In the end, there is a QR, so you don't have to make a photo of this. And these are just a drill down of the same how the process going from one to the other direction. Just a little bit more detail. And yeah, that is the approach where it worked. And in both cases, I explained it was very weird and very like common solution. But later, when this situation happened to me, I thought myself, where we have lives and use cases where we can apply uncommon approach. This is not a common approach, but it's a good approach and it works. And the interesting about this one was, after I had this kind of situation, I started to think like, we can actually get internet connectivity to all kind of IoT devices, and not just be limited if we have 3G, 2G, or something like that. As long as we have any kind of phone connectivity, which I believe as of today in Europe and maybe United States, it's more than 95, maybe 99% or something like that. We can get these devices connected. And recently I had like a discussion with a friend who wanted to have like, he had like a good summer house on the mountain, and he had like a phone connection, but he thought it's a little bit too expensive to put like expensive SIM card with the data. So although he had the data, he didn't want to do it because it was going to cost him like quite a lot of on a long run to control that. But after I explained some of these situations, he managed to actually, because he's an IT as well, worked with IoT devices and had like a good sense of it. He didn't need a lot of time, and very quickly he managed to make a device very similar to what I explained here, but for a different purpose. What he managed to do is to control the electricity, because he wanted to stop the whole electricity of his house because it's on the mountain, and the other thing I believe was with the water, because he had some water pumps and he controlled them and wanted to see what is the level, because he was gathering the water from the mountain and wanted to make sure that whenever he goes there is enough water. And that was very easily achieved. I use his words, easily achieved, because I haven't developed it, but used my idea to implement that. Achieved, and he was managed to get all this data through a phone call, and that was extremely cheap for them, because he was paying about 5 BGN level for almost a year to support one dummy SIM card, which was streaming almost all this data, and it was working seamlessly. So this is what I mean by uncommon and this kind of maybe untraditional solutions. So if you can take one thing from the presentation today, is maybe where you can apply this kind of approaches. When you have like IoT devices that you don't know how to connect, or it's too expensive to use a constant data provider to transfer this data, maybe you can think for something like that. It's outside of the box. It might require you a little custom work. Unfortunately, I haven't found a lot of ready libraries that can do that as a whole. Like, you don't have a lot of libraries which doing the whole things for you, but there are a lot of libraries to do each of the components. Let me explain very quickly what I mean. So you have already components to record the call. It's a very easy outside of the box. You have a lot of tools, even in Python, in Ruby, doesn't matter, to convert text to speech. Formatting is obvious. You don't do any sophisticated formatting, so any language like a Python, PHP, Ruby will do the job. Even Bash should work. So that's pretty much the common tool set, and you have it everywhere pretty much. So everything is there. You just have to combine it. And unfortunately, I haven't found a solution which combines it. But overall, the technologies are there, and whenever you hit similar or associated solution, you might consider that as an option, which might help you to have a better design. And that's from my presentation. I will ask some of our colleagues if they gathered any questions so far. So maybe Andrei. Let me check with. If we don't have any questions, it's either mean it's a very clear, it's or mean it's anything is unclear. But this is the QR. You can download the slides, and if you have any questions, you have two main ways to reach me out. If you write my name, Gunnar Ziki, it's a very unique. And if you just type it on Google, you can find me on LinkedIn or social media or any other platform. So it's a very unique. And also, let me just go back up. In the first slide, this is my email. I will just leave it for a second in case you wanted to record it. And you can get in touch with me with that email. Or maybe another alternative is that if you are on the physical events and you want to go through, for example, ask our HR members there on they can guide you how you can get to me as well. I see from LinkedIn. Okay. I don't see any other questions as far as I can see. Of course, any other platform where you can find me, you can. I see that the guys told me that they will find me on LinkedIn. Of course, it's LinkedIn is a good way, and yeah. Thanks so much, and I hope this will help you. And please reach out to me for any kind of questions, because they are not always rising up right away, but definitely will be happy to help out. Thank you so much. Cheers.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Don't know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1,024 BGM,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, IoT, I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up, heat and smart. I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Hi, everyone. Just took me some time to realize I'm back online. I'm right now super happy to wear my other hat as a presenter and as an aspiring MVP candidate as well. So I will be talking about my usual area of application. How do we leverage AI and IoT for real world scenarios, including something as mundane as electric distribution networks. So let's start. A little bit about myself. A PhD in computer science from the Sofia University, from my faculty of mathematics and informatics. I'm also the founder and the general manager of Anthill. I guess the most important thing that we're providing to the community today is the beer. And I have some background managing real world investments into energy that are becoming increasingly smart, and that's why I have the confidence why and how to make technology work for real world examples. As again, my biggest advantage, and I'm quite happy to communicate with people about that, is how to take academic research, how to take technology, and how to converge that so it works in real business. And I'm quite happy what Evelyn shared in that morning today, that, well, unless it has a business application, it's, well, for me, it's more of an R&D facility, and we don't have a real world impact. Please feel free to reach me out. I'm easily can be found on LinkedIn as well. Thank you again to ourselves and our sponsors. We're very happy to be alongside Bosch, MentorMate, and EPAM, and special thanks to Microsoft for making it all happen, both technologically and as continuous support for the events of Mikhail Matev. Extremely thankful to his whole team and himself for the opportunity to build and to meet more and more exciting people along the way. So, this is my favorite picture. Why we talk about wires as something exciting, that something is yet to be developed in the era of digital currency, of AI and IoT, and how they are all connected. Just a quick example how the landscape changed today. If we take something that was science fiction up to like 20 years ago, now it's everywhere on the street. This is electrical vehicles, for example. The number of those is expected to grow from about 5 million as we have today to more than 125 million in less than 10 years. And this is like a super simple example. If we just charge them at the same time, it will literally break the grid. And also the construction and operation of like charging devices is not only capital intensive, so it's only about transformers and power lines, but it's also something that adds complexity to the grid. So how do we handle that? Multi-directional flow of data and power is through software, through the comprehensive look on how the whole system operates. And it's only possible nowadays using artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms. And given that it's not an experiment, it's something that basically some people claim that if you leave the civilization without power, the world as we know it will self-destruct in less than 7 days. It's about existing devices and legacy systems that are in place. And yes, they can be improved, but they should not be disintegrated. So the transition from the individual devices and systems like we've been used before to holistic solutions basically requires a completely new set of technology components that we now have to integrate not only technical needs, but also business needs. And because of that, the grid modernization should span across the usual silos of the individual groups. And we need a completely new look how this old technology as the utility, the electrical utilities can actually work together, and how to enable all the groups present to share data and exchange findings, not only from devices, applications, but also from users. The push for increased integration of microgrids and distributed generation, because we all are quite used now to wind farms, to solar panels, basically creates a new new focus on microgrids. So microgrids means that it is something to improve the grid resilience, because once you break the grid into multiple grids, they can be operated islanded with their own generation. And those microgrids can continue to operate, providing that utility resilience will not, a single fault will not shut the entire grid down, which also now applies to matters of cybersecurity and ability to hack the grid. One of the frequent challenges that we're seeing currently, by the way, is the open circuit overvoltage, for example, due to unintentional islanding. So those things, if they're not visible to the grid operator, you can either create a wave of shutdowns, which is quite a usual problem in the States, or you can even kill somebody. I have a personal case with a technician. I almost electrocuted a technician because in Sofia, where I live, my home has its own power generation. And what happens when an electrician came from the grid, so there was no mentioning in the system that I have a generator and I have solar panels, etc., etc. So the system almost electrocuted the guy who was trying to repair something on the grid. The role of sensors, which was a very frequent topic today, is that can pinpoint faults and provide information on grid performance, and can provide, the so needed data for actionable insights that are able to tackle the complexity of the grid, is becoming also a cybersecurity problem. And it's also a part of the landscape today. It's not only about, somebody cutting wires and power pylons. It's also how do we tackle issues of cybersecurity. Again, the problem of the grid of the future, that it's already so complex that utilities are having a very hard time just to keeping it alive without breaking it. And the way that AI and IoT is accelerating, we believe that it will triple, quintuple in size in terms of complexity. So on one hand, we have the benefits of automated analytics. We have increased customer satisfaction. We have the ability to predict what can happen to the grid. But at the same time, what is happening is this multi-directional flow of power and data is creating unprecedented problems that we need to figure out how to be prepared for. So basically, nowadays, the utility starts to look increasingly as a living organism, where a problem in one area can, universally propagate to other areas. That includes also human intervention that is not very well intentioned. So how do we tackle that, and where is the relevance of AI and IoT? And this is basically the topic of the lecture today. And what is the role of the so-called digital twins, and what Microsoft Azure instruments are available to basically make, as I mentioned, that from a research exercise to a real-world implementation case. And you will see some use cases mentioned in my presentation a little bit later as well. So we talked a lot about power and how we have distributed power generation, like how it can cause different voltage problems, how it can cause safety problems. Now we have to worry about big data. And the problem with utilities is them being so regulated and being so, how to put it, mission critical. They're designed, especially in Eastern Europe, they're designed for resilience. Basically, we cannot leave people without power, right? And there are a number of different regulations different laws, different procedures, different tactics, how to make sure that the grid is alive. What actually happened is, because of this whole resilience, the different departments in a typical electrical utility, they're so disconnected from each other. For example, network maintenance department, network planning, GIS, which is the Geographic Information System department, and IT, they have sometimes super different and even conflicting views on the grid, which basically creates the so-called data silos. And traditionally, in 2021, we still see almost zero interoperability among those various departments. And quite often, what happens is that efforts basically failing either regulatory or lack of understanding, or finance is saying, oh, that sounds very complex. It's too much IT. We're not an IT company. And this is nothing that, we don't know how much it will cost. And being, like 80% plus of electrical utilities are regulated means that any euro you put into whatever investment, basically somebody has to pay. And this somebody is users like myself and yourselves. So how to tackle that, right? Now, again, as I said, it's not only about technical problems. Now we have also to deal with business problems, which means inefficient business processes. So the modern grid needs to basically reduce those inefficient processes and eliminate this manual data sharing to create new services and revenue models. At the same time, not overdoing that to either create a cybersecurity threat or any threat that the system can go down. So how do you do that, especially if you have to be responsible for the well-being of millions of people? Like in Bulgaria, for example, we have a great partner. This is a company, Chess, and them alone, they provide energy for about 2 million households in Bulgaria, which is like roughly it's almost one third of the population, of the whole country, right? So it's always a balance, like how do we implement something new without experimenting with lives and the well-being of people? And this is where the need to simulate future events comes, and also actually not only simulate them, but predict what can happen and predict like future costs and future problems. So without compromising levels of competitiveness and customer satisfaction. I mean, there's always a lot of guesswork when you apply innovation, but how to eliminate the guesswork and what is the magical mix of IoT and AI? That's basically the big question we'll try to tackle today. So why prediction is needed, right? And why we're talking increasingly more about digital twins. So the point is not only provide information what is happening right now within the power grid environments, which is, by the way, a challenge by itself. And I really enjoyed the previous presentation from MentorMate, because what actually happened is they've highlighted one of the problems. You are spanning over a large geographical distance. You have a multitude of devices, and you not only have to get somehow data, but it's also there is need to remotely control them, right, or manage them, or figure out a way how to enable the end device to operate in an environment, for example, without internet, which is regardless of the 5G implementation, which will continue to pretty much plague most of the grid operators in the world. In Bulgaria, because we had a little startup, we've analyzed, and we'll talk about that as well a little bit later. We lose connectivity in about 90% of the grid coverage, especially areas of like mountains, etc. They're quite a challenge, right? So we need to figure out a way, for example, how do we take those in consideration and to escape the laboratory environment where everything works, but once you put it in, in the open, you also have to worry about different aspects like weather, wildlife, vegetations, rust, etc., etc. So you have something, for example, in the chess example, the medium voltage grid that we're trying to analyze and control, it's about 17,000 kilometers, and this is a small country. So imagine something the size of India or Russia or even the United States. So the need to predict is about a game of connecting relevant data points. So once they're assembled, we need to figure out how to analyze them and to identify bottlenecks and optimize pretty much maintaining time, prevention of technical malfunctions. And the point here is not only to collect data about the current asset condition, but also how do we apply supervised or unsupervised machine learning to yield not only predictive but also prescriptive values, which basically means that we need to based on those prescriptive values extract actionable items and basically plan subsequent steps, right? For example, if you have a transformer, and by the way, just today it was in the news, half of the Nadezhda district in Sofia has no power because a transformer melted down. I mean, the thing with AI is not only understand what happened to the transformer, not only apply IoT to quickly get data out of the transformer that malfunction, but for example, once we understand what caused the malfunction, make sure that it doesn't happen again. Okay, so that's the idea of the preventive, the digital twins. At the same time, it's important to mention that the digital twin approach in this context means also not only being able to understand what can cause the malfunction of, let's say, a transformer, but also when it would make financially best time to repair or change a transformer. So that's pretty much the underlying premise for people investing so much in digital twins. If it's something that's either expensive or hard to replace, the point is to understand what's the life cycle and how external factors basically affect the life cycle of the asset. So things like this will happen today in Sofia doesn't happen again. So what we're all trying now is also figure out a way to use predictive digital twins and make them utilize real-time IoT data to actually at some point start issuing predictions of events actually before they occur, right? And there's a usual metric in manufacturing. Basically, predictive digital twins need to alarm if something bad is happening at least a month or more in advance. And if we can leverage AI properly, we can also connect. We can also apply that for predicting power grid failures by predicting things like occurrence of fire, like if there is a huge snow, if there's like a bad weather coming, if we have data on how the basically grid lives and breathes, we should be able to forecast what can potentially happen to it and provide predictive maintenance and repair before the problem actually happens. So there's a wonderful report called IoT Signals, Power and Utility Spotlight by Microsoft. So basically, the first three benefits is what I'm personally involved in trying to tackle. This is cost savings, reduction of human error, which also reduction of human costs, and sensible grid optimization. So this is about 1/3 of companies who are trying to do it right now. And in Bulgaria, we are achieving quite remarkable success in basically utilizing IoT and data we collect from drones to focus on grid optimization for cost reduction. Again, if you can't drive a business case out of it, that's R&D. So basically, we're being very proud that we have been now successfully competing, actually saving tons of money and competing with humans when it comes to versus data acquired by sensors and drones. So we see now that the IoT and AI is not only a scientific term, but it's more and more execs are now heavily relying on IoT as a tangible way forward of improving the grid. And actually, when you add AI on top of it, now we're also talking about the future capability to invent new products or services. So where is AI in the whole IoT scenario? Well, basically, artificial intelligence is becoming a core inseparable component of many IoT solutions. Basically, if there is no AI, there is no digital twin, and there is absolutely no prediction. I mean, IoT has been a wonderful tool to collect data, but it's not, the quest is not only for collecting data and basically having an idea what is happening to your grid, but also simulating what can happen and also adding some degree of automation, which not necessarily can be always handled by people. So the chief advantage of AI application is the ability to achieve operational digital twins. It means that at some point it will not only include assets, but also other important factors to production environment, such as like weather, as I mentioned, certain key performance indicators that might be a subject of legislation. For example, as I said, we're using drones and basically computer vision to monitor things like bad vegetation, landscape issues, rust. So the point is also to see how basically once we collect this exhaustive point of relevant data, using AI, we're also able to identify bottlenecks and basically using Azure, which I will come to that, why Azure is so important in the whole picture, get out actionable items and automatically present them in a human-readable form. So again, the predictive power of the digital twins comes in basically two stages. First, utility companies, they build an operational digital twin of their entire environment, where IoT is playing a critical point. And this is a basis for another digital twin, which we now use for prediction. So as again I mentioned, grid asset maintenance is something where I'll be super happy to share specific results we've achieved. And in some instances, because our machine vision task is quite often, it's actually quite made quite easier, because in most Can you hear me now? Okay. I hope you can still hear me. Okay. So again, you can model any physical environment, and tools have been around for that since maybe the 60s. But the biggest question is, A, how do you do it in a meaningful way so you can really drive out not only a business case, but actionable insights? And B, basically whatever you drive, how it is going to affect the end client. I mean, how it's going to affect the whole system. Now, Azure Digital Twins basically claim to make it quite easy, basically because it both enables us to model the environment and basically create a digital twin and bring it to life in a very scalable and secure manner, which also relates on other Azure services, which I'm going to explain. Then the businesses can connect this digital twin. As mentioned, we talk about two layers of digital twin. The first one is you basically take the power grid and you model it along with the bunch of hopefully existing IoT devices. And then the point is that you can seamlessly connect it to other existing business systems, as like Azure, digital twin, like Azure IoT Hub, Azure High Performance Computing, and in a way that basically will not add additional problems to the system. And the whole point is that you not only want to have the R&D exercise of creating a fancy blinking digital twin of the grid, you also want to be able to build dynamic business logic behind it. And not last but not least is also how do you use this logic and how do you explain it to non-technical people. And as mentioned, this picture now to build a real digital twin, it's not only about connecting assets such as sensors, transformers, and power lines. It's also connecting a number of users, each with their own specific needs and with their own specific problems they bring to the grid. For example, hospitals. I give you one example. Hospitals can be quite a challenging client. In most countries, including Bulgaria, hospitals are a special category of client. You cannot disconnect a hospital. So you need to have a special redundant system. But at the same time, hospitals can also serve as a great balancer for your grid. Like a quick example, and I have like probably hundreds of those examples. Most hospitals have diesel generators. So if you apply software to load balance your grid, there's few examples I've seen in the States where you basically can create a virtual power plant by disconnecting your hospitals and making them use their diesel generators. Sometimes you can literally create 100 megawatts out of nowhere if you figure out a way for hospitals to disconnect from the grid, let's say evening time, when you have peak consumption from other users. Also good for the hospitals because it helps them rerun their diesel fuel. And it's just one of the many examples that cannot be controlled by people, right? It has to be really a well-established system that takes care and also makes sure there is no interruption in the grid. So now we have to model like buildings, factories, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities, again, to have a really robust business case. So building it all and bringing those digital twins to real life in a live execution environment that again is super sensitive, and building dynamic business logic, it requires a very robust event system. So basically unlocking actionable insights and seemingly integrating them is what the Azure Services Platform does. Basically seemingly integrated data, analytics, and AI services. So basically what you can do is once you use Azure Digital Twin as a platform and the digital twin definition language to describe the interconnection between the different factors, again, not only technical assets, but also business factors, Things like Azure IoT hubs can basically enable you to establish a live integration layer that delivers insights from across the entire environment, and whatever logic you define, make it super scalable, because if you connect like 5,000 more devices, even if they're compatible, the logic will simply propagate further, so you don't have to configure each and every device. So what Microsoft did through Azure Digital Twin service, you can basically upload and explore models. You can upload and compare not only your models, you can edit basically graphs of the twins. You can easily visualize the twin graphs, and there's a number of layout techniques, and also run queries against the twin graphs. It's all very seamless. We've just started experimenting, and by the way, this is Microsoft Azure Digital Twins. It's a relatively new concept. It's been around for, I think, less than 2 years. So basically, what it helps you do, it allows you to reduce the time to market for basically any IoT energy solution, and you can start really developing energy-specific app templates, right? Plus, what's good about Microsoft, it supports a hugely growing number of certified devices, which basically means that connecting new devices will leave the worry about how they're going to interoperate with the existing system out of the question. So another key important aspect of this solution, especially the Azure IoT, is that the data arrives in interoperable format. So basically, you can apply other third-party analytics, AI. You can add things like mixed reality. I've seen very interesting examples where Microsoft has been enabling technicians with Microsoft HoloLens, like augmented reality. But so it basically makes you future-proof without having to worry about what is happening to the existing system. Most important application is the security. So basically, how to manage the IoT solutions with bringing like a lot of experience, external experience, like edge to cloud, end-to-end security with things like Azure Sphere, Azure Security Center for IoT is also already built in. As people mentioned before, sometimes the innovation has its limits, especially if it has to be applied to something as geographically spanning as a typical electrical distribution network. So there is a number of connected features and devices under Microsoft, and they can keep evolving over time as well. Okay, so without making it sounds extremely easy peasy, like please pay Microsoft and it will do it for you. We need to warn that it's not as easy as it sounds. One of the questions which was raised a little bit earlier by my colleague from MentorMate is, okay, how do you deal with an online real-time environment if there is no internet? So connectivity is a big problem. It has to be fast, it has to be guaranteed and available, which is unfortunately not the case in most of the time. So this infrastructural condition will not be solved for another 20 or 30 years. Doesn't matter 5G, Elon Musk, satellite links, it just doesn't work this way, right? The computing power is another problem where it's basically you need a lot of real-time processing. Sometimes the real-time processing should happen at the device level, and it's something that's like trying to invent a system out of nowhere that covers thousands of devices, becoming a problem. Again, we've touched the obstacle of creating a scalable and secure digital twin, and that's partially sorted out. And along with the combination of several building blocks, because as I told you, I don't think there's a utility in the world that can afford to have a completely leapfrogged modern system implemented, like just replacing the old system. So you need to be able to work with silo data. You also need to be able to work with a lot of legacy both hardware and software as well. What Azure Digital Twins really did, they provide platform as a service. Basically, it offers you, you don't have to be a developer, it offers you to create knowledge graphs based on digital models of entire environments. So basically how it works. This app you see on the screen, the Azure Digital Twin Explorer, is a single-page JavaScript application, and you can also run it locally as a Node.js application. As I said, this approach is relatively new to Microsoft, and it's basically building on top of the device twins, the way they're described in the IoT Hub, in the Azure IoT Hub. So it's definitely a step up, because the IoT Hub until now basically focused on the aspects, the features and capabilities of the device itself, while the digital twins in Azure Digital Twins is a more of a, gives you the ability to conceptually represent, and you can store user-defined insights about not only a device, but also on external factors that have nothing to do with device. The nice thing that the IoT Hub device twins can be seamlessly connected to Azure Digital Twins as an end-to-end solution. So basically, if you have something already implemented, that's definitely an upgrade that will not require substantial cost investments. So there can be, like, again, entire cities. So now you can finally experiment to gain insights, but also to unlock new potential for completely new services that has nothing to do. They have nothing to do with your core business as utility. So to achieve that, Microsoft basically created something called Digital Twin Description Language. Sorry, I call it definition language. It's a JSON-based programming language. It's JSON-based. It's actually programming language agnostic. So it's not exclusive to Azure Digital Twins, but you can also use it to define environments and pretty much connect with anything you want. The whole concept behind it is take human knowledge of the physical world and build a common data ontology and governance solutions. So the idea of the DTDL is basically create a kind of a neural network environment in a very flexible format. So DTDL is a very flexible language that can actually cover any vertical or dipole model. It's so the point is to escape from the existing approach where we have standard hierarchical tree structures. For example, if you want to describe the relationship with from like a cooling tower and the pump. So basically, it was meticulously design different parent-child relationships at a specific device level. And you do it quite meticulously for separate devices. So basically, the approach that Microsoft is working on is offering you more of a neural network approach. So basically, more like a human mind network of neurons, which basically mimics how the human brain takes decisions, basically. Again, the point is that not only describe the behavior and the asset status of a single device, but also to try to extract actionable insights from a variety of data that we haven't basically described and apply AI and like basically open it to any type of data and ask the AI to basically try to help us figure out this complicated system of interconnecting relationships and actually discover ones we haven't even thought about. So again, the benefits, it's a very open modeling language. You can really simulate live execution environments, and it takes pretty much any input from various IoT and business systems. Also combining with like Power BI tools and other Microsoft platforms, you can also present it without further investment in a very human-readable, actionable insight. Now, not to sound too salesy on the Microsoft behalf, I'd like to provide a couple of examples of how it actually operates. It's a class of assets. I'm going to run a movie in a second that is very, very similar to issues we have to face in a bit more complicated and dynamic environment. This is actually wind farms. That's a project that's run by Microsoft for Doosan. That's a very reputable Korean investor into power generation. And yes, please look through the H Digital Twin demo.
Heavy Industries. Welcome to our latest IoT demo. This is a recent project from the partnership between Microsoft and Bentley for Doosan Heavy Industries. Just like the civil operations demo earlier this year, this also involves Azure Digital Twins and iTwin. And what this application does to monitor and predict the renewable energy output of a wind farm located off the coast of South Korea. So we're going to dive straight into the demo. We start with the town right next to the wind farm. This was some reality data we added to the project to give the model some context. Towards the left, right off the coast, you can start seeing some 3D models of the wind turbines. So there are 10 turbines in this model, and we're going to be able to view the live power produced by each individual turbine. Now, where does this live power come from, the live data? That's a common question, and that's where the Microsoft bit comes in. We have an Azure Digital Twins instance that keeps track of all the sensors connected to each turbine. And we're able to query this data from our iTwin app and present it in a meaningful way. So let's go ahead and see what that will look like. We'll click on this Performance Watchdog tab, and this immediately starts fetching live data from ADT. Right off the bat, you can see the overall power being produced by the wind farm right now. In this case, it's 6,058 kilowatts, and you can see it update as time passes. And then we can zoom into individual turbines to get a more detailed view. So for example, when I select one of the turbines, we can see the power output, and we can see other important values as well, such as the current blade pitch angles, the temperature of the components inside the turbine, and the exact wind conditions experienced by this particular turbine. Over in the power section, you will see that there are 3 power values. There's the observed power, which is the actual power produced, and the 2 other values are based on different prediction models that guess at what the power produced at this time could have been. The physical model uses basic physics and weather, and then there's the data model, which uses machine learning. The big question, though, is how do we make sure that this prediction is working? Anytime the machine learning model fails to accurately track the power produced, we immediately send an alert to the user, which gives them an opportunity to investigate if there are any issues with the algorithm or with the turbine. These alerts are also sent in case there are issues with temperature or just general power production. The second, more detailed investigation can be done when we look into the past. All we have to do is double-click on the power tile, and bam, you can see the historic data for the power produced on this turbine, and you can see the actual observed power alongside the machine learning and physics prediction. For example, in this case, you can see that the machine learning prediction, the power DM, seems to have been quite effective as it's close to the actual power produced. Another important view is this one right here, which shows the power produced by all turbines in the same graph. And this can be used to compare the historic performance of all the turbines against each other. And with that, we are ready to move on to the future. All we have to do is click on this power prediction button, and that kicks off the prediction mode. At this point, what happens is the app fetches weather data from a local weather service and feeds it to the machine learning model to finally obtain the predicted power. And you can see that the clock is flying right now. Why is it in such a rush? That's because we're simulating the next day's power production with the predicted values from the machine learning that we just got. And you can see the play-by-play of the power output of the entire day. And you can see the same data in the chart below. And that sums up all the features of the app. One of the key issues with wind power is that it constantly fluctuates, making it difficult to manage and predict. This app brings together the past, the present, and future data to give a comprehensive perspective of the performance of the wind farm and provide deeper insights into the accuracy of various prediction models. Our hope is to help Doosan optimize the performance of their wind farms and ultimately create a more sustainable future.
Right. So, go back online. So basically, that's an example of how, by accumulation of data, you can make your prediction algorithms better and better. Our challenge for the power grids is basically how to improve the machine vision. And machine learning still involves a lot of human in the loop. So we still rely a lot on humans that are basically doing a lot of annotation. But the good thing that over time the human labor becomes more expensive, while we train our algorithms each and every time we, for example, help the machine learning algorithm differentiate between a dirty and a broken insulator, it actually improves the accuracy. So we're gradually reducing our dependence on pretty much any human labor. That, by the way, also involves drones. We use still less and less pilots, and we use less and less human in the loop, helping technicians understand what's wrong. Now, when we talk about connected Azure platforms, right? Again, in the power grid example, there is a specific need for first highly secure, but also very reliable communication between your IoT application and the hundreds of thousands of devices it manages, whether those are smart meters, remote reclosers. Because on one hand, you have the cloud-hosted solution, right? That can connect virtually to any device, but extending your solution from the cloud to the edge is basically where you have per device authentications, where you need to worry about device management and making scale. It's actually where the Azure IoT comes into IoT Hub comes into place. So basically, what you do, you just take the defined scenarios in the cloud and you extend it to your edge devices. Basically, you can create and deploy IoT edge modules to transmit code and services between the clouds and the edge, and really start distributing intelligence, basically including AI, other advanced analytics. Basically, what it means in reality that you achieve the same level of security while greatly reducing your IoT application costs. So again, one of the biggest obstacles is preventing its cost. So how Azure IoT Edge addresses those challenges? So first, one of the problems that we face with the power grid is intermittent access to internet. And it can be, so there's already built-in functionality. For example, IoT Edge takes care of that by buffering outbound device telemetry locally on the device until internet is restored. So basically, in the real world, and I really enjoyed the use case that Guzen provided, you can have something stored locally on the device and basically sending a drone to provide temporary internet to the area. Once internet access is restored, then the telemetry will be sent with the regional timestamps of the data, including time it was generated locally. Same applies for remote updates, so there can be targeted deployment configurations. So through containerized applications that you can basically provide to run on specific class or group of devices. So basically adding, like running a project, making the grid smarter, means that once the specific devices are installed in place, you can automatically propagate to those devices and deploy all your security configurations as well. You can actually tackle the use of unauthorized devices, and we've been talking and I've been reading a lot about hacking the grid, like stealing power, but we're yet to see use of unauthorized devices. So this is something that can be tackled through the Azure hub. It's basically only allowing devices that are registered with the hub. So there is a function called hardware security manager that's built in that basically can make sure that your security policy will be automatically maintained. Same applies for sensors and APIs. Basically, all you have to do is identify which twins needs to be updated with what data and just call it into the API. So the Azure IoT architecture, basically, the biggest advantage, in my opinion, it enables you to integrate also with other Microsoft services. Basically, you can build a connection, a solution based on Azure Digital Twins, and extend it seamlessly to Azure Analytics, AI, like storage services, you name it. You can add high performance cloud computing, Office 365, Dynamics 365, you name it. So basically, the point is, again, reduce costs and also enable you to support your business case in a very, very scalable manner, and also secure manner, because privacy and security controls are kind of built in the Azure IoT platform. So Azure Digital Twins basically uses Azure IoT Hub to connect to end IoT devices and sensors, keep them up to date, all remote upgrades, remote management, which also enables you quite nicely to predict maintenance needs, analyze future requirements, and most importantly, start applying future predictions, like the example we saw with Doosan. It's particularly important nowadays because utility systems are basically moving from being natural monopolies to becoming quite threatened by the entry of new competitors. I mean, for example, in UK, at some point, with the biggest one of the biggest player on the market of energy was a food chain that was also selling energy. So the world is increasingly getting less regulated. So this is one example for utilities to get insights, not only how to tackle their existing system, but also how to create completely new services. And most importantly, this is one way to address the biggest enemy of IoT in power grids, that's silos. So just a quick word, because I'm almost out of time, on Azure HPC. So basically, first, it's robust, it's secure, and most importantly for power grids, and this is a problem we've encountered through our startup called PowerDrone, is compliance. So basically what Azure does is taking like the cloud that basically works, and also from regulatory perspective, you don't have to worry about what kind of CPUs, GPUs, like any interconnection you need. Basically to analyze, and you can tailor it to your needs, by the way. Plus, again, Azure HPC connects seamlessly to Azure IoT Hub, Azure Digital Twins, and what basically it gives you is a cost-efficient end-to-end application lifecycle management in the cloud, without at the same time sorting out this intermittent or not always available access to internet that we mentioned. So it's basically not only built in cost reduction, but also built in DevOps. Okay, so that's a quick example of what we generate. This is Bulgaria. This is basically a digital, it's actually not digital twin, it's a representation of a power line in AutoCAD format. This is based on information that's been collected by a drone, and this is the first results from the application of machine vision, where it can identify as we speak, and we love presentations on that. almost 96% plus success rate, understanding Rust, especially Rust, or type of a pylon, plus dangerous vegetation. So it's been very automated now, and it replaces countless of hours of human activities. So this is a snapshot. It's in Bulgarian because most of our clients right now are Bulgarian utilities. This is the platform, which basically, when you click on a specific object, it also gives you a visual representation of a component of the grid. It's about 30 megapixel quality, so you can zoom in and literally do any surveillance. With that, you can actually annotate. You can use the platform also to change something. Currently, the biggest advantage of the platform that whatever you do to annotate something that the machine tried to understand for you is that it basically starts to educate the algorithm. So we're hopeful that the more projects we do, we'll be able to improve accuracy and actually share it with other startups like us. This is near Sofia. That's an attempt to basically achieve grid object visualization through help of another Bulgarian startup. So we've been quite happy to provide, the basis for like augmented reality. So one of the things that we're going to do is maybe only for marketing purposes, but I'm going to get a Microsoft HoloLens and basically enable a technician or an engineer to literally visit the location and see what other conclusions can be drawn out of this visual inspection. And I will want to conclude with just a brief presentation of where it ends. Like, this is a small video of what we actually do in our attempt to apply AI and machine vision for real case scenarios.
PowerDrone is a data analytics technological company using drones and specialized software for an automated power line inspection and other energy assets. Utility and energy companies have to inspect their assets on a regular basis, and they face lots of challenges. The usual on-foot inspection is slow and costly. Areas are hard to access and grid elements are not properly inspected. The manually collected data is difficult to process and analyze. We are helping utility companies with their regular technical inspections, especially in hard-to-access areas, where we can secure full accessibility to any inspected object and collect high-quality data. The platform can be approached remotely from any point of the world and provides access to the entire analytics and processed imagery data. With our software solution based on AI and machine learning algorithms, we are able to process high-quality data. The application of AI and machine learning algorithms make possible the automated recognition and classification of the different grid elements without a human interaction. The software successfully sorts out the images for the given object, defines its precise GPS coordinates, and defines all attributive and technical information. To secure highest precision, the processed data is validated by an expert verifying the software findings and retraining the algorithms. The excellent visibility and precise identification of the problems point out clearly the need and priority for preventative maintenance, saving substantial budgets for emergency repairs and unwanted shutdowns. On top, we help minimizing the quantities of unsold electricity and unhappy customers. PowerDrone is aiming to automate as much as possible the entire workflow, both in terms of automated data analytics and autonomous drone inspections.
Right. maybe it's time to conclude because we have like 20 seconds left. So on one hand, AI and IoT are seen as not as a scientific R&D exercise, but it's an essential component of like a number of processes. First is cost, second is safety, third is security, where we basically will see an explosion of that. So we're definitely looking for people interested, and from some of those lectures, I found really interesting associates. I've listened very carefully to some of the other presentations, so I already reached out to a few people, and I'll be extremely happy to roll out something quite exciting out of Bulgaria. Why? Because this is one of the most scalable sectors I've been touching in my life. Basically, wires are wires everywhere. It doesn't matter where in the world. This is the moment to thank again all the sponsors and the organizer and his team as well. Thank you for the wonderful job, and let me invite everybody to the Data Saturday Plovdiv, Data Saturday Sofia, and maybe most importantly the Jazz Talks, which this year we hope to be back to normal and to really see all the thousands of people coming and having good fun. Thank you.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Start my days, sun rays, I tap the phone, coffee's on, I mow the lawn, impressing Sean, so connected, so effective, I let it drop, clean it up, heat and smart, I do my part, get in the car, superstar, they're watching me, IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, I check my stock, what a shock, buy some prawn, my oven's on, coming home, future zone, all for me, IoT. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Hello, I guess I will start with my presentation. Let me get PowerPoint up here on the left side. So today's talk is going to be image recognition with Raspberry Pi. My name is Evan Hennis, and I'm a Google developer expert in machine learning. Here's some of my information on this front page, my Twitter handle, my blog, my GitHub repo, which does have all of these files on it, and my YouTube account. So a quick bio. I got my undergrad from Iowa State in 2004. I got my master's from Georgia Tech in 2018. My day job as a .NET developer, I've been doing that since 2004. And soon after I graduated, I got a GED with machine learning with some help with, I worked with the TensorFlow team on their version 2 release. A quick side note, my master's from Georgia Tech was the online master's, which if anyone is looking for a master's degree online, it's awesome. I had a great time. I basically went 3 straight years and I was done. Same courses they give online, phenomenal teachers, phenomenal support. So if you're looking for something like that, looking at Georgia Tech. And then to get a reference of how far away I actually am, it looks about a 16-hour flight from my house to where this conference is. Here's my family. This was about 5 years ago. So the little one is a lot bigger now. Some personal stuff. I have been working with Manning on some live projects. My first project was using deep learning to predict basketball scores. And I'll show you later in this course or in this presentation how I convert to a TensorFlow Lite model. I do the same thing for this course on Android. So TensorFlow Lite's pretty nice. And then recently I created a series, which is essentially the same project with a little bit of difference. These are just smaller, more bite-sized courses. Here are the sponsors for today's event. Give them a little burn on the presentation. The agenda today, I'm going to do a project introduction, talking about how I set up the Raspberry Pi, discuss the camera and the API I'm using. And for this presentation, for this project, I started using the full TensorFlow version 2, and it's not supported on ARM process. They want you to do TensorFlow Lite. I did this for 2 reasons. First, I wanted the full-fledged TensorFlow on there in case I wanted to do some more advanced stuff. And at the time, TensorFlow Lite wasn't available. But I did leave in the presentation to show that you can get full version of TensorFlow on a Raspberry Pi if you want that. But then I'll show you at the end how it's fairly easy to do this project without using it. I'll then talk about MobileNet V2, which is the pre-trained model. Then I'll walk through the code in the demo. I will then show the code for the TensorFlow Lite update, which is a couple line changes. Talk about future projects and conclusions. This talk is pretty short. So after the talk's all over, I'll then remote into the Raspberry Pi and kind of step you through everything that I did. So if you want to leave, you can leave. If not, hang around for that. So project introduction, I'm using a Raspberry Pi 3. There's 4s out. I'm using Raspbian as the OS, which they've renamed Raspberry Pi OS to try and clean up some naming. The Raspberry Pi camera I'm using is a V2 8 megapixel. The cameras have jumped light years since I bought this. I actually bought all of this setup for my youngest 5 years ago. I was going to make a webcam for her crib. So that's why all this stuff is aged the way it is. I do want to point out Leigh Johnson is a fellow GDE. She kind of gave me the idea for this project. She has taken this project and gone miles past what I'm doing. My project is just a beginner. Here's all you need to know, get you started, and then let your imagination and creativity take it from there. So the Raspberry Pi setup, obviously you need an SD card. You want at least 8 gigs for the OS. If you want to do anything on the device as far as images, like saving images and things like that. You can get bigger, but you'll need at least 8 gigs. I am a Windows person, so I use the Raspberry Pi Imager. It was super, super slick. One thing I ran into was that if anything over 32 gigs has to be partitioned into 32 gigs. So my card right now is a 64 gig card, but it's recognized as 2 cards. So anything over 32 is overkill. And because I do stuff dumb sometimes, the plastic insert I used to read the card on my computer, I actually hit the right protect button on the side of it. So I went through about an hour of mind-numbing research trying to figure out why, and it was a dumb mistake on my part. And then the OS, I did the Raspberry Pi OS. They always give you an option of using Raspbian or Noobs. Like I said, I went Raspberry Pi OS just because a lot of the stuff's built in. If you're a Linux person and you want to do everything yourself, there are other versions of Linux you can put on here. The camera is a V2 8 megapixel, and the API is just called Pi Camera. Despite the messed up casing, you can do an app install, and it's an awesome interface. I'll show you the code. It's a couple lines, and you have a working camera. So as I mentioned earlier, I did do full-fledged TensorFlow on here. TensorFlow does not support ARM, but with a little searching, you can get a wheel file that will let you install on it. The TensorFlow Lite is kind of the path moving forward. And as I said in the introduction, I will show this later. And it works great on Android. Like I said, I do TensorFlow Lite on Android for some machine learning stuff I have there. And it's just so nice. So I used MobileNet V2. And the reason I did this is I wanted this to be as simple as possible to get started. I wanted someone to sit down, and within a little bit of time, they've got a full version worked out. MobileNet V2 is part of Keras. It's a simple include statement. They do have version 3 of MobileNet out. They've released the papers for it. If you want to upgrade, great. Again, I didn't need to. And again, if you have a different train network, or if you want to train your own, you really just import it your way. But again, for me, this was super simple, and it got my code out. Okay, so now looking at the code. Now this is the Pi Camera Python import. So you see the second line, I do have the initialization of the Pi Camera right here. I set the resolution, and I set the frame rate. Now for me, 24 was fine. I'm not trying to do some crazy real-time, super fast moving. You can increase this frame rate, but you got to be careful. You're not going to burn up your Pi. If you want to put this into a, I don't want to say real world, but a different scenario, you can get an external video card and have it run on that, and you can crank the frame rate up really high. So for this project, I'm just looking at a picture and detecting it. If I want to do some movement or some better tracking, I would want to do an external video card and pump that frame rate up. So the vertical and horizontal flip, this depends on how you are going to have your camera mounted. In my situation, I have it set up in this little piece right here. So I had to flip so the pictures would come in correctly and get processed. Same with the rotation. Again, it's how your orientation is set up. The data container line there is how I'm going to process the data. So I get an array from the camera that's the resolution size of all the bytes for the camera. I then store that in a container, and that container is how I do the image detection on it. And the next line, I call the camera. I do a continuous capture. And again, I pass in a data container, I tell it the format, and then I tell it the video port. So that stream is constantly getting filled with the new images. And then in my main code, I have in the class, I have a start camera, and it's really just looping through the stream. When I get a new stream in, set to my frame, clean the data container, and then when it's stopped, close it, clean it, call it stopped, and I do a print. In this case, I just killed the Python. This obviously would come in, the self.stop would come in if you had a little more complex application. And the camera code, so when I call the read method, I just return the frame. So the MobileNet V2, again, you just do a couple imports. Like I said, it's built into Keras, so it's easy. There's pre-process input and decode predictions. These are built in to TensorFlow, and I cheat later on. I still use it. It's not hard if you want to rewrite these, but this just kind of cleans up the input a little bit, makes it a little nicer to read. And again, for a simple get this project going, I left them in there. So when I initialize the MobileNet, I have an input shape, and I just want to null that out because I will use it later. And then if you go down to the end, the model.base, so this is a model I'm actually going to use. And I just grab the MobileNet. I set the learning rate, which I'm not going to learn, so it doesn't matter. The classes, and I believe MobileNet has 1,000 classes. They are printed somewhere. I'm not sure about a link later in the project. Again, for me, I just wanted to demo. If you wanted to use this, say, for put in a birdhouse to detect birds, MobileNet's not the right choice for you. You want to find a pre-trained network, a pre-trained model of birds, or create your own, right? But for this case, I just dropped it in there. And then you'll notice this weights section here, ImageNet, that just says, hey, use the weights that were used for ImageNet. So then you have the same model as that. So in the prediction, I just pass in the frame, right? So expand the dims. This process sample is what I get back from that imported process input. And then I call the predict on that process sample to get my features back. The features are what it thinks it is: 80% bear, 20% dog, so forth and so forth. The decode predictions, then takes that array and makes it a little cleaner to read array, and I just return that. Again, this would be something you would need to manipulate if you want to take this and actually use it for a system. Like for me, I write everything down. Maybe you just want to see the top 2, top 3, whatever. That code goes right in here. And then the main code, well, the camera's not stopped and the frame's not empty, grab the new frame, predict, grab the new frame, predict. And that's just a loop, a tight little loop I use to do the prediction. So I'm going to do this demo. The reason I did this demo is just in case my Pi was acting up. And I do have about 30 seconds cut out when it's loading up the TensorFlow library. And this is just on the inside of Raspberry Pi. So I go to run it. And if you pay attention to down here, if I can get the cursor off here, you'll see all the outputs once it starts running. And again, it's just an array with the ID, the name, and the percentage. The ID and the name are from the categories. And for me, I'm doing leopard. This leopard's a good demo because it's very obvious. That's what it is. It has a very distinct pattern. I'll show you later, goldfish isn't quite as distinct. It has a little trouble figuring that out. But then you start looking down here, you can see that you're getting a leopard at 90% accurate. So the prediction says it's 90% leopard. That's pretty good. One thing you don't see, and this is a feature of the Raspberry Pi, if I actually have this plugged in through an HDMI port to my monitor, there's a screen to the left here showing you what my camera sees. It does not work because the camera spits out to the I/O, and when you're RDP'd in, there's no I/O. But it is nice to debug. Like I said, it's one way to show that your camera's upside down. So then you have to go back and change your rotation stuff. Excuse me. So I did the demo. Now, so TensorFlow Lite is the plan going forward. If you're doing ARM, if you're doing mobile stuff, they all want you to do TensorFlow Lite. I do have a notebook here that does a conversion for you, and I show the code in a second here. It's really as simple as you install a TensorFlow Lite subset, and then you create what they call an interpreter. And it's just really a stripped down version that gives you just what you need for a project like this. if you notice, I'm missing 4. Step 4, since I'm doing this on a Google Colab notebook, step 4 is connecting to my drive so I can download. So that's why the numbers are messed up. But import TensorFlow. And again, I do everything from a Google Colab. I do get some cloud credits with a GDE. I'm thinking about moving some of the stuff to the cloud and using theirs. They showed a cool couple demos that I kind of want to get into a little bit. But for now, I just use the free version of Google Colab, and I import TensorFlow, and then I import the mobile nets, and then I don't need to do this, but it was at the top of my notebook. So then you create your mobile net. You then call your TF-Lite converter from the original TensorFlow library, create your converter, and then actually convert it. And this TL mobile net is your actual model. And then you do your Google Colab, open this file up and write it out, and then download it. So that's all you have to do to take a trained full version TensorFlow model and make a TensorFlow Lite for your mobile applications. One thing to note, if you are doing Android, there is a setting you have to put in to not compress the TF-Lite file, because if you don't, Android, when it builds, will compress it, and none of this will work. I do not have an issue with the Raspberry Pi. So TensorFlow and Google, since they kind of run it now, have an awesome guide. All their documentation for TensorFlow is top notch. It's amazing how great it is. If you go to the guide, they walk you through all of this stuff. And for me, I am just using the interpreter because I just want to get the information out. If you want to do training and things like that, this guide kind of walks you through how to do all of that. So here are the slight differences. And again, this third line here is me cheating. If you didn't have TensorFlow, you couldn't do this, but they're easy enough to recreate. I still want to do it. So you're importing the interpreter and do the location of your path. I just create a local interpreter based on the model file, allocate the tensors, and then you get the input detail and you get the output detail. So that's for all you got to do for initialization. Now for prediction, you have to expand it to get to the correct batch. Again, the process inserts. And here's the code that you actually, the big difference. You set the tensor based on your inputs, right? And then you call your invoke. Once you call the invoke, it does all of the work it needs to do to get your information. You call your get tensors, and there's your features. Call that into the decode method, and you get your features back. So you really just have a couple of steps different from you would from a real model. And even in the Android world using Java, it's not much difference. It's the same general process. So like I said, it's pretty nice when you just want to do things on mobile. You don't need all of the bloat of TensorFlow. Now, if you remember back to the TensorFlow Lite or the main, here's a TensorFlow Lite change. I generate the new class, and I call that to predict. So as you can see, they're pretty much the same, right? So you can, if I wanted to, I could have just rolled it into the existing code and not made any changes to main, but I wanted to show the difference. So again, future projects, one of the things that I was bouncing around in my head was using transfer learning. So you take an existing trained model, lock some of the weights, and then train on a subset of images. I wanted to do that with my family. So I could detect who came into a room and maybe do certain things. Or if I see someone leave, go out, so things like that. You can do it with cars, if you want to watch cars drive by, whatever. One of Lay's projects is she actually used some object tracking. So like kind of a security system of some sort. So when it sees someone walk in, you've got a servo that then follows that person. That does need a little more processing than the Pi would get. But again, it's an addition. I was into automated home stuff for quite a while, and that is another great way. Again, you have your Pi set up, you detect one of your family members come in, you turn a light on. Maybe you don't recognize them, you don't turn the light on, things like that. There was a guy that, for whatever reason, He had a Raspberry Pi. When the Pi detected a face on the clock, when he saw a human face come up, he'd knock the clock off so you couldn't tell what time it is. Again, dumb project, but again, the idea is just to like get you into the world of the Raspberry Pi, and then you kind of take it from there and go. Because that, when I was first starting, and I've seen with some people that it's hard to get that first step. Because if you're a software person like myself, adding hardware is a whole new domain, and it's kind of a little scary. Well, once I got a Raspberry Pi, I'm like, well, you know, it's just a little mini computer. I can code on a big computer. I can code on a Raspberry Pi. It kind of helps you transfer your learning to a device and go, okay, now I can do this, that, and the other. And there's tons of, I mean, a Raspberry Pi is an awesome community out there, and there's cool additions and add-ons you can do. It's, like I said, it's pretty awesome. So the main takeaways is I want this to be simple. I want anyone to sit down and go, oh, I know a little bit about one part of this domain, but with these additional steps, I can get on an Raspberry Pi and do some machine learning, do a little bit of data science, do, you know, some AI, whatever you want to call it. It is relatively cheap. The Pi was $35, the camera is $30, and then the SD card is however much you want to spend. I don't know the prices now, but for me, in my current situation, that wasn't much to plop down and say, hey, I'm going to try and make something out of this. And again, easy. I am by far an expert or good at hardware stuff, but I was able to do it, you know, in a couple of nights to get it going. So no one should be nervous about getting into this world. If you've been to the other presentations, you've seen here are the upcoming talks in August, October, and November. Again, I want to thank all the sponsors that helped us put this on. Here's a bunch of links, and I don't know how you guys want to get this presentation, but here's links to the project, the APIs, the wheels, the MobileNet V2 the actual paper of them talking about it. Here's a list of all the classes. I said we do 1,000 of them, and then here's my code repository, and then here's my my information. If you want this, Twitter's probably just as easy because it's least amount of characters. GitHub is just first initial, last name. Emails, first name, last name, if you want to contact me. I don't know if the presenters will want this document online or not. I'll make a blog about it. And again, it's on my GitHub under my blog topics. So that's really all I have. If anyone wants to hang around, I can demonstrate. I can go back to the Raspberry Pi and show you that. So let me get out of here. Oops. If there's any questions, just let me know. What the heck? My presentation didn't stop. I don't want to kill this. Okay, so I am using the VNC client on Windows going into Raspberry Pi. Here's all of my code, which is in my GitHub repository. I have made a couple of changes. I do grab the prediction object from the prediction results and then do primary and secondary. I want to see everything. So let me move this to the side and run main. Like I said, it takes a while. Because I got cheap and didn't write my own TensorFlow helper methods, I do load full TensorFlow, so it takes a little bit. Okay, so you can see the predictions in the bottom right. This is just shooting up at my screen or up at my ceiling. So now you see my window shade. No, I thought I saw a gun. And as I get closer to the camera, you can see the leopard, right? So it does a pretty good job. Like I said, it's a pretty obvious animal to detect. So if I move back and do this goldfish, let's see if I can get this big dumb eyes in there. Now, when I'm pointing this, if you can see I'm pointing the camera at the screen, it can sometimes get goldfish, but it also gets a rock, depending on what it sees. So if I move back a little bit and get the full object, I am getting a quarter, 30, 50%, whatever, goldfish. But if you start going in, Well, then that looks like a puffer fish because of the eyes. So this obviously isn't an all-in-one solution because it has so many animals, but it does demonstrate that with minimal work, you can get a decent result. And like I said, the only code I changed, and I'll show that since I've got time. So the prediction results method is in prediction results. So what I do for this, I do the predictions again. It's a it's not 3D. Yeah, it's a 3D array. So 0 is obviously, hey, that's prediction. 0 is the first prediction. 0 is a class. 1's the name. 2's the score. Excuse me. And again, with secondary, you get the second, 0, 1, and 2, and then you get the secondary score. So that lets me show what is actually getting predicted. Again, it's just, it makes it a little cleaner than if you remember in the video, it actually printed out that 3D array. And again, this is just a helper class that, depending on what you want to do, that's what you would set up, right? It could be something, if you see something over 50%, you turn a red light on and say, hey, we see this animal that we're looking for. Maybe you're checking for rabbits in your garden. Hey, we have a rabbit, send an alert fired off to your email or whatever. I have a problem with snakes right now. Maybe you see a snake slither across your garden, and then you set an alarm, and it buzzes you. So that is kind of how I have this all set up. If there's any questions, let me know. If not, I'll give you a lot of time back. So that's the length of the presentation kind of reflects the difficulty of the project. It's pretty straightforward, pretty easy to do. So if there are any questions, let me know. Hit me up on Twitter or email. I'm online, so I'm not hard to find. My cursor got stuck. There we go. Kill my share.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGM,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
Hold up. I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Do you know how to become a technical lead? Well, we have the answer for you. It's MentorMate Technical Lead Accelerator. It's a one-month training program for senior developers of any technology, which will help you build your leadership skills, give you access to a variety of trainings,
as well as a personal budget of 1024 BGM,
and a personal mentor that will help you along the way. Sounds intriguing? Then apply from the link below.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car, superstar. They're watching me. IoT, IoT, IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT. 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 Live like a Bosch. With many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.